Good morning, colleagues. Can you all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may all be seated. Thank you very much, colleagues. I've just noted that the time is 8 minutes past 10. We're supposed to start at 10 sharp. Unfortunately, we couldn't because we're not collaborating, including those that have joined virtually. So can I remind members that when the meeting needs to start on time, we can't actually delay. It's not a good sign. So let's ensure that in future, all of us that are supposed to be here physically, they are here on time, and those that are supposed to join virtually, they need to do so that we're able to start on time. I know it's December. Somebody once said, December, but I beg you, so that go December, so that we can close our business on a high note. So all political leaders, please do ensure that your members are here on time. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to greet our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Chief Whip who's acting as a Chief Whip, and greetings to all residents or citizens of Gauteng and our stakeholders. Ngiyabona kunamakhosi futhi namhlanje siyanamukela nonke. Let me indicate while I welcome all our stakeholders that we do have the rules that govern how we conduct our business, especially for our members, but in particular there are rules also that govern the conduct of stakeholders. So please make it a point that you don't participate in the proceedings, but you only observe what is happening. I know that today it's very hot. Those that are at a particular age, they can't bear the heat, but because of the load shedding, there's little that we can do. But maybe closer to when the load shedding ends, things will get better. But please, I'm sure we'll all be given water so that we dehydrate. It's important that we dehydrate. Thank you very much. In terms of our announcements, I just wish to congratulate one of our own, Honorable Fasia Hassan, who was getting married over the weekend. And thanks to all members who actually attended the wedding. It was good. The family has asked me to actually thank you personally, but we also know that other members could not be there because of other prior engagement. Others had family funerals, others had their weddings in their own families, and others had political engagements, but including Honorable Fasiha as well as the husband. They were actually happy that some of you actually attended some of the sessions. Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, I also want to remind you that as we enter the period of festive season, I want to remind you that as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, firstly on the 24th of November, we launched the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children, but we also raised separately the issue of Palestine, the killings of young women and children, especially those that are, and especially the elderly people and those that are hospitalized. But on the 1st of December, which was last week Friday, we also observed the World AIDS Day, and we requested members to pray for those that are directly and indirectly affected by the scourge, but let us also continue to support those that are affected. And we have received a report that was presented by the Deputy President of the Republic that at least in South Africa we're managing the scourge, but we can still do more. There's room for upping our game. On the 3rd of December, which was yesterday, We also observe International Day of People with Disabilities. We also made commitments that we should actually continue supporting those that are living with disabilities. On the 10th of December, which will be next week, Monday, we'll be observing International Human Rights Day. Let us not forget that all human beings do have rights, and we should actually, in line with the conventions that have been signed by or ratified by South Africa, we should all actually ensure that we support each other. Thank you very much. Honorable Masoleng, I'm told that you want to do an announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to you, Speaker, and all the members in the House. The Economic Freedom Fighters in Gauteng invites all the youth between the ages of 18 years and above to the Youth Voter Registration Bash that will be held on the 9th of December 2023 in all the regions across Gauteng, which is Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Westrand, and CDB. The EFF will host the voter registration bashes to ensure that majority of youth exercise their democratic right in the upcoming elections. The EFF is aiming to increase voter turnout and ensuring that more voices are heard. So far, the statistics shows that there's still a significant gap of the youth who have not registered to vote. Hence, the EFF is setting precedent of reintroducing registration awareness campaign to the youth. The EFF therefore warns the IEC not to jam the online registration because that will be tantamount to countering this progressive initiative. It is important for IEC to ensure smooth and accessible registration process to facilitate maximum participation in the democratic process. Thus, this will contribute to a fair and inclusive electoral process. 2024 is our 1994. Thank you, Speaker.
Any other member wants to do an announcement? There's none. Thank you. We have received the following apologies. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Malema, Honorable Dlamini, who are all attending a conference on ethics in the United States of America. Honorable Hassan, who is on special leave. Honorable Munyai will therefore represent, not Munyai, I think it's Honorable Kanyile, will represent the report on OCPOL. Honorable Dr. Masugu, who's writing exams this morning, and we wish him all the best in his exams. Honorable Makhene, who has a standing apology. Honorable Hlope, who is ill this morning, who can join the meeting. Those are the only apologies that have been received. Maybe political parties, do you want to? I think these are the only ones that have been received by us. No, Honorable Dos Santos, special leave as well. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Speaker.
Honorable Masoleng.
Yes, Honorable Mukwebo is
Oh,
also
yes.
on sick leave.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Honorable Mukwebo, the sick leave, we received that as well.
Speaker, it's Member De Lange.
Honorable Dilange.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker. May I just offer an apology for attendance from Member Albert. He's unable to attend.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Can we therefore receive a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, Honorable Makakula?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A motion without notice. I, Member Timakakula, ANC Deputy Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and 122 of the standing rules as follows. Noting that 1, the petition standing committees second quarterly report for the 2023-2024 financial year, and two, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature's Focus Intervention Study Report on increased economic participation of people with disability were not programmed for today's House sitting or of Monday, the 4th December 2023. Further noting that the Petitions Committee second quarterly report for the 2023-24 financial year and the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature's Focus Intervention Study Report on the increased economic participation of PWDs are ready for tabling. Therefore, request that the House resolves, 1, to include the Petitions Standing Committee second quarterly report for the 2023-24 financial year and the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature's Focus Intervention Study Report on increased economic participation of people with disabilities on the orders of the day. I so move. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Honorable Kanyane?
I rise to second.
The report is adopted, or the motion is adopted by the House. In terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, MEC statements, we have not received any. In terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, member statement, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable Badenhorst.
Speaker, can it sit? Good day, Speaker. Sorry about this. Can you just stand off? Can I be the next reader after this, please? I'm still coming up.
I can't hear you properly.
I'm asking, Speaker, can you just stand off for a few minutes? I'm almost in the legislature. Please.
Colleagues, we're supposed to be here at 10. We can't wait. We are going to pass that. I just want to check, is there a member who wants to give notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121? There is none. Thank you very much. Let me therefore ask the Secretary to read the first order.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, GPL, for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Kanyile.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Sokaile Kanyile, table the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on behalf of the Chairperson, Honourable Dlamini, and I request that the areas that I will not read be taken as tabled. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature processed 1,482 payments during the court under review, with 9 paid after 30 days, 1,431 paid within 15 days, and 42 paid after 15 days. In terms of preferential procurement, the committee knows the GPL achieved 63% against a target of 15% for historically disadvantaged individuals. Women 34% against a target of 8%. People living with disability achieved 0.77% against a target of 0.5%. And township spend achieved 12.14% against the target of 2.5%. The GPL reported that the workshop on contributing factors to payment not being affected within 30 days of receiving the relevant invoices were conducted during the quarter to design and implement additional controls to ensure compliance with the requirements. However, due to capacity constraints, the workshop recommendations have not been implemented yet, and processes to address 30-day payment are in progress. The delays in payments are in the main affected by queries related to invoices and engagement which are taking place to address the matter. The The GPL achieved a total of 17 performance targets out of the 20 that were planned, while 3 were not achieved, and this constitutes 85% achievement. The non-achievement relates to 50% of achievement of milestone in the Leadership Initiative Implementation Plan, as only 33% was achieved. The GPL reported that value creation project impacted on some planned outputs, such as the Management Development Program for senior managers, competency training development, and piloting of leadership pipeline with a focus group per level of work, and it is intended that the target is achieved by the end of the next reporting period. The 40% achievement of milestone in the ICT Strategy Annual Implementation Plan was not achieved as planned, as only 38% was achieved. The GPL indicated that the engagement with eGov and other relevant service providers to assist with enhancement in supply chain management and finance units are underway, and the sign-off user acceptance testing will be concluded by the end of the third quarter. In terms of the number of sector oversight models of oversight reports, 24 out of 26 were produced. The reason for deviation is that 2 committees requested more time to complete their respective FIS reports due to the extensive nature of their studies and will be completed in the third quarter. The GPL continued to contribute to improve collaborations between organs of state through the interlegislature strategy. The strategy provides for a framework to establish interinstitutional relations between the GPL and various organizations at provincial, national, regional, continental, and international levels. There was active participation in sector engagements and structures such as the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Young Women's Dialogue, which focus on a youth engagement strategy aimed at connecting Parliament with young people to inspire the next generation of young leaders, CPA Africa Region Investment Board meeting for the GPL, Speaker as a treasurer, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, and South Africa, which is a BRICS Parliamentary Forum. The GP also hosted incoming delegations of South African Development Community Organization of Public Accounts Committees, Governance Council members, as well as the Namibian Namibian National Council Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Economy. In addition to this, there were several of the South African legislative sector or the South African legislative service sector activities, including the professional development seminar that the GPL participated in. The committee commends the GPL for achieving an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings for the 22-23 financial year. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Linting Mihwe, Provincial Secretary Mr. Peter Skosana, and the senior management team during the consideration of the annual reports. Honorable Dlamini also likes to thank the following members of the committee, himself, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Masugu, Honorable Dwaba, Honorable Simango, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Fuchs, Honorable Makwala, Honorable Albert, Honorable Adams, and Honorable Masilela. The committee would also like to thank the staff of the committee for the sterling work in producing these reports. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second. Thank you, Speaker.
Seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The report is adopted by the House. Can we therefore read the second order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Kanyile.
I, Sotaile Kanyile, excuse me. I, Sotaile Kanyile, tables the oversight report of OCPOL on the Office of the Premier on behalf of Honorable Dlamini, and I request that the areas which I will not read be taken as tabled. The committee notes the achievement of 39 out of 46 annual performance plan targets for the quarter under review, reflecting 85% deliverables against the budget spending of 175.2 million rand, which is 91% expenditure out of the projected budget of 191.7 million rand. and a variance of 16.5 million rand. The committee notes the progress in performance on the annual performance plan targets in the quarter under review when compared to 74% achievement in the first quarter of 2023-24 financial year. It is further noted that the Office of the Premier recorded 99.62%, which is 265 out of 266, payment of valid invoices to service providers within 15 days from the date of receipt. In terms of preferential procurement spending on targeted groups, the Office of the Premier recorded 84% as opposed to 80% on black people, 31% against 30% on township-based enterprise, and 41% of the targeted 40% on women. However, the GPG-wide preferential procurement spending on women recorded 5.55% as opposed to a targeted 40%. GPG-wide spending on youth was at 9.16% as opposed to a targeted 15%, and the Office of the Premier youth spending was at 10% against the targeted 15%. The Office of the Premier's procurement spending for people with disability reflected a slight improvement at 5% as opposed to the targeted 7% when compared to first quarter achievement of 0.46%, but the GPG-wide spending for this target group recorded the lowest at 0.39% against the 7% target in the quarter under review. The Office of the Premier reported that youth and disability as well as township informal settlement and hostels are the GPG's highest priority. Therefore, the Office of the Premier, together with the Provincial Treasurer and Department of Economic Development, are working with all departments to improve the procurement spend on designated groups. Measures put in place to ensure target achievements include, amongst others, establishment of a work stream to address province-wide underperformance in procurement, wherein all departments will be participating to find a solution. Implementation of incubation programs targeting various sectors, and provisions of financial and non-financial support through the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. Furthermore, as part of the efforts to fight crime and corruption, the Office of the Premier reported that 100%, which is 7 out of 7, of fraud and corruption cases were reported to law enforcement agencies for criminal investigation in the quarter under review. The committee has raised the following concerns. The committee is concerned about the 4.11%, which is 137,401 rand 58 cent recovery rate of 3.3 million rand of value asset loss to 26 officials through financial misconduct and reported economic crimes in the Gauteng provincial government. Even though the Office of the Premier has measures in place to improve the recovery of assets through the strengthened relations with the Asset Forfeiture Unit, facilitating the recovery through the Special Tribunal and the Special Investigation Unit, the committee is concerned about the timelines of ensuring the full recovery rates of assets lost and consequence management in dealing with such cases. Secondly, the office did not produce the targeted one report on the rand value of the new investment facilitated, and of concern is the impact of this non-achievement in fast-tracking delivery programs. Based on the information set here above, as well as the committee concerned, the committee recommends as follows: that the Office of the Premier must provide the timelines for the finalization of disciplinary proceedings of 26 officials involving the financial misconduct and reported economic crimes in the Gauteng provincial government as per the PFMA and Treasury regulation to improve recovery rate of 4.11%, which is 137,401 rand 84 cents out of the 3.3 million rand of the value of assets lost to ensure monitoring and tracking. The report should detail the plans in place in dealing with the 26 officials once the amount is fully recovered. Secondly, the Office of the Premier must provide a report on the measures put in place to produce the one report on the rand value of net new investment facilitated and the impact of this variance in delivery programs, as this report was also not achieved in the first quarter of 2023 and 24. These recommendations must be responded to by Wednesday, 31st of January 2024. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier, Honorable Panyaza Lisufi, Director General Mr. Imsue, and the team of senior officials. The chairperson also would like to thank the members of the committee. Furthermore, the committee would like to thank the staff for the sterling work that they've done to assist the committee. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second.
Honorable Doro seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Social Development for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Makakula.
No, Honourable Speaker, it's me. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honorable
Honourable
Mokgethi.
Namat- Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the Premier and to all honourable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. Honourable Speaker, may I request that parts of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as tabled by the House. I, Nomathemba Mokgethi, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the second quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development report for 2023-2024 financial year as follows. On details on the department project management, Honourable Speaker, the committee have noted that the department has several projects, particularly on the infrastructure, that are behind the schedule due to several reasons, which some of them can be attributed to, amongst others, lack of intergovernmental relations in the implementation of these projects. On the department's achievements with respect to GIOD responsive budgeting or procurement for the quarter under review, the committee acknowledged that on procurement targets that are related to historically disadvantaged individuals, the department managed to spend 88.51%. On women, it has spent 45.8%. On youth, the department spent 43.4%. While on persons with disabilities, the spending was at 4.45%. The committee acknowledged that the department reported to have spent each service providers within 30 days, have paid each service providers within 30 days. The department reported to have paid 100% of its service providers. 95% was paid in 15 days, and on township economy, the department reported to have spent 51.81%. In relation to the conditional grant, the committee acknowledged that the department has spent 100% on the EPWP incentive grant. The department also conducted public engagement during the period under review as follows. Mass registration for SASSA services and Department of Social Development exhibited all services provided in Hammanskraal. Capacity building workshop on harm reduction. The workshop focused on mental health and substance abuse. Wake up call. Substance abuse program training was conducted on the 22nd to the 24th of August 2023. The department has 4 billboards along the N3 and N12 as part of gender-based violence awareness campaigns. Men and women dialogue was held with the following stakeholders: Adopt a Gogo beneficiary and coordinators, Boy Child with Scouts South Africa, and the training development was conducted for Izinduna on gender-based violence issues at Morathi in Javulan. On committee concerns, the committee is concerned about the delays on the construction of the Bantu Bonke Early Childhood Center and the Beggersdal Social Integrated Facility. On recommendations, Madam Speaker, the department should provide a detailed report on the delays on construction of Bantu Bonke Early Childhood Development Center and Beggersdal Social Integrated Facility by the 31st of January 2024. The department, which should also provide a detailed report on the status of meeting the delivery of dignity packs and school uniforms by the 31st of January. On acknowledgement, the committee would like to thank the MEC of Social Development, Honorable Mbali Hlophe, and the HOD and officials of the department. I would also like to express my appreciation to the members of the committee Honorable T. Magagula, Aaron Seche, R. Kekana, B. Badenhorst, D. Lidwaba, B. Engelbrecht, J. Miller, and D. Adams for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberation on the second quarter report. The committee would also like to thank officials that support the committee: S. Mwala, Z. Mpanjwambalo, S. Nonweli, N. Chikolo, J. Muloi, T. Nzuke, D. Ngwenya, N. Tlevi, L. Mantata, K. Kulu, and R. Singh, and Makwela and Mutobi for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the second quarter performance report on the Department of Social Development for the 2023-2024 financial year in accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns made in the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
Yes, Speaker. I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Honorable Nsakhe seconding. Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Education for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Munyai.
Thank you very much indeed for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I need to place on record that the section of the report that I will not read, please be considered as read. And the reports relate to the Gauteng Education second quarter report and its commitment to the implementation of the 2023-2024 financial year. The committee notes the following key highlights for the quarter under review: that the launch of Osran Secondary, Papama Secondary, Mapane School of Specialization, and the department further state it continued with its relationship with the different stakeholders with respect to the development of the comprehensive skills. And Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the committee noted that we conducted a regional engagement with the role players and the stakeholders with respect to the ECD's sector to strengthen the partnership. And the roadshow commenced with a visit in areas such as Mabopane, in Tshwane, Duduza, in Ekurhuleni. It has since the GDE took over ECD's functions from the social development, and this has been placed within the GD with respect to the AA under review, and 3 schools of specialization boost like the 3 schools that I mentioned earlier, Honorable Speaker. One of the critical issues with respect to financial performance, the committee noted that the department received total allocation of 63,421,638,000 allocation. In allocation of the department, therefore, spent over 30 million under the period review. This shows that the department has already spent 96% on the total quarterly and the budget and 48% on its annual allocation. The department overall is really committed to make sure that overall budget expenditure allocated by the Treasury with respect to Treasury regulation, which indicate that the department must spend extra outstanding 25% on their budget of each quarter every year. Resource allocation, I think, despite the fact that we could not be allocated more funding during the current budget adjustment, We are very pleased that the department performance in respect to gender with the Women's Month activities, youth, the bursaries of 3,785 in Gauteng was awarded in this regard. And I must say that the people who are differently able, which is some of the honorable members will call it the people with disability, disclosures in terms of the completed every reasonable accommodation consultative meeting. And I'm sure these are the areas that the department need to focus going forward. The GDE submitted, of course, second quarter for the year 2023 within a set time frames. And of course, the details could be seen there. The number of the posts, as we know it, that out of 96,964, the department filled 67,588. And I'm sure the rest of the things you could see, as I said. But I must say that, honorable member, that the report provided for the assessment that has been done within the period under review. And we know that the concern that has been put forward relates to the 30th October 2023 Portfolio Education Report in referral to the department's second quarterly report for the financial year 2023-24 from the Speaker, Honorable Mekwe, for consideration, and also the issues relating to the national priorities, and I'm sure we have covered them in the details while we're dealing with the performance of the department, and the provincial priorities and departmental priorities are clearly outlined in the report. The key issue, therefore, that we need to highlight going forward under the second quarter is that 3 out of 34 indicators are reported in this quarter, and as referred as the quarterly standard outcome indicators, 2 out of 67, those areas of concern has been put there before. So we must say that during the quarter under review, the department really coordinated various initiatives and supported campaigns of the 2024 Gauteng online admission, school safety, and school of specialization. That we must appreciate as the portfolio committee. Program of ordinary school and education was very impressive. National school nutrition, the program is under consideration for 1,655,936 learners, and we have learner transport also with a view to make sure that these transport are located to be able to look at the time of transport that have been traveled, kilometers traveled. Public primaries improve learner performance. Those areas, in our view, has been satisfactory on all out of 7 programs. We are very pleased as the department. It is important, therefore, we thank the Honorable MEC for his hard work and the senior management of the department. And we must also thank all the honorable members listed there that are working very hard, and the official of the department that has been the backbone of the portfolio committee. Honorable Speaker, I must say that in terms of the Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee here recommends that this report of the Gauteng Department of Education second quarterly report for the year 2023-24 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second.
Honorable Lidwaba seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Kekane.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to all members in the House, the Premier, members of the Executive, and all our guests in the gallery. I, Refilwe Kekana, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Development, hereby tables the following oversight report. And it is the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2023-24 financial year. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to request the House that parts of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as read. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment spent 304,701,000 of the quota appropriation of 273,920,000, which is the equivalent of 111.24% of the budget for the quota. The administration program spent 73,135,000 of 66,112,000, which is 110% of the quota budget. And the Agriculture and Rural Development Program spent 85,792,000 of 129,340,000, which is 66% of the quota budget. And the Environmental Affairs Program spent 145,774,000 of 78,468,000, which is equivalent to 185.78% of the quota budget. The year-to-date effect of budget utilization means that it is only the administration program that has utilized their budget to levels commensurate with the stage in this budget cycle. The Agriculture and Rural Development Program recorded utilization levels that fall short of the optimum level for this stage in the budget cycle and returned year-to-date expenditure levels to just 39%. The Environmental Affairs Program exceeded the optimum level of budget usage for the quarter, which returned 185.78% utilization, which puts the year-to-date utilization at the level of 77% for this period in the budget cycle. The department further attained an 80% level for the APPs, which compares with the level attained for first quarter of the current financial year, which stood at 80% as well. The committee noted that the department's performance in the previous financial year was hampered by various challenges that impacted on their service delivery mandate, and it is important to ensure that these are given the necessary attention so that the delivery of services is enhanced. These include the infrastructure delivery management system, related challenges that impacted on procurement and tender processes. The committee continued to encourage the department to ensure that the service delivery mandate is achieved. The committee continued to note with concern the various capital-funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year and over the medium-term expenditure framework period have run for a long period without a completion. The committee also noted the delay in the construction of the infrastructure projects through the DBSA, which has led to the delay in the realization of expenditure for the allocated budget. The committee has noted with concern that the department, for the second quarter 23-24, they did not manage to achieve its procurement target for the people with disabilities. The department, however, did achieve its target for the historically disadvantaged individuals. Although the department targeted businesses owned by designated groups when requests for procurement for less than 1 million are made, the department did not achieve the target that was set. Procurement officials do target all designated groups when requesting for quotations based on the commodities required by the department, but it is still a problem with the previous people with disabilities, and townships and business-owned businesses. Committee further noted with concern that the department continues to struggle to spend the allocated conditional grant, which stands at just 0.38% of the year-to-date expenditure, and with just 2 quarters remaining before the financial year is out. On the committee findings and concerns, with respect to underutilized funds, the committee is concerned with how the department expects to utilize the amount in excess of 43 million on Program 2, with the remaining 2 quarters in the financial year. With respect to program performance, specifically Program 2 and 3, the committee has a major concern with the failure to align its budget with its planned targets, as under expenditure is continuously observed in Agriculture and Rural Development and Environmental Affairs Program. With respect to the project management, the committee is concerned with the lack of completion of capital-funded projects and spending in goods and services due to tender processes that are being implemented through the open tender system. And with respect to project management, the committee is concerned with the IDMS system and its associated supply chain processes that still pose challenges and has led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects and non-responsiveness to tenders, which affect service delivery. And with respect to project management still, the committee noted with concern that the department did not manage to achieve its procurement target for people with disabilities in the quarter under review. And with respect to conditional grants, the committee is concerned that departments continue to struggle to spend the allocated conditional grants, which stands at just 0.38% of the year-to-date expenditure, which is just 2 quarters remaining before the financial year is out. Further concerns are as follows, Madam Speaker. In fact, the recommendations are as follows: that the department must provide plans in place to utilize the amount in excess of the 43 million I've mentioned on Program 2, with the remaining 2 quarters of the financial year, and tell us how they are going to utilize that money. The other recommendation is that the department must provide monitoring and evaluation quarterly reports on the progress of how planned targets are achieved and the budget is spent on planned projects. And that the department must provide a feedback report on how DBSA will implement capital-funded projects and the completion dates thereof. The department must also provide a feedback report or plan on intervention processes that will address the IDMS challenges. Moreover, if there's alternative methods that can assist with the IDMS processes. They must also provide a quarterly progress report on how SCM engaged GEODI to assist with sourcing more on people with disabilities, owned businesses that provide services in the agriculture sector. They must also provide a comprehensive report on the under-expenditure incurred on conditional grants and the plans to remedy the situation, as well as provide a response on the arrangements made with the DALT, the National Department, to have the conditional grants fund disbursed timelessly. All these reports, Madam Speaker, must be submitted by the 31st of January of 2024, of which they should all be written responses and should be forwarded to the GPL on the resolution as adopted by the House. We also request further progress reports on the following: the findings of the Auditor General that relates to irregular expenditure in the 2016-17 and 17-18 financial years. They must also provide a progress report on how they will promote good waste management, including diversion of waste from landfills by maximizing separation at source, recycling, and contributing to sustainable employment. A progress report on the poor implementation of the annual procurement plans, the ineffective and inefficient implementation of SCM processes. Provide responses on the arrangements made with DDALT to have conditional grants disbursed timelessly. Provide committee with an update on the status of the African swine flu in the province. The update should further explain measures in place to help improve the biosecurity measures in the province, but especially means to help in considering small-scale livestock farmers about the importance of this. And on acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee
In terms of rule,
wishes to acknowledge all members of the committee and staff. And
can you
on
adopt the
adoption,
rule?
Madam Speaker,
Can
I'm
move
done.
towards adoption?
Yes, in terms of Rule 117 subsection 2C, read together with 16 for the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee, presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report and requests that the House adopts. Thank you.
Any seconder to the report?
I rise to second, Chair.
Honorable Mtungeli, yeah. Because you are still new, you must just press the button so that you can be recorded. Can you stand up and speak, ma'am? Second.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm raising to second the report.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premiers and Legislature report on the annual report of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, GPL, for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Munyai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This thing is not moving. I apologize. As I was really opening up, my time is moving now. Oh my goodness. It's a minute, don't. This gadget could be problematic. No, Sivambili. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairs of Chairs, or the Chairperson. I, the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Chirizim Nyai, hereby state that the Portfolio Committee...
Point of order, Chair. Speaker.
Honorable Munyai, you can sit down. Ma'am, you can sit down. Ma'am, please sit down. Can we correct the order, Secretary? Please read the right order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Order number 6, consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature report on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, GPL, for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Point of order, please, Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Speaker, thank you. In the previous order, we read the report of the second quarter of GDOD. I stood up to second the report. The Speaker then approved the new member to second the report, but she's not a member of the portfolio. So I'd like to question that approval, please, Speaker. That's not in line with the rules for a member who's not part of the portfolio to support a report. If you can just have a ruling on that, please, Speaker.
Well, I think it should definitely be corrected, but let me then call for a seconder to the report, and preferably the member of that particular committee.
Sure.
Honorable Okay. Honorable Musima.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Then it questions the reports that were tabled earlier, because then you cannot have members who are not part of a portfolio presenting the reports here and seconding the reports here. I'm seeking for clarity in that. I'm not arguing, ma'am. I'm just seeking clarity in that.
Okay, let me correct this. Initially, the person was supposed to present. Initially, the person was supposed to present the report was Member Masuk, and I'm sure you saw the order paper. And at the last minute, he then indicated that he's not available because he's writing exams. And already we were ready to present the report. He therefore requested the member to present the report, and we accepted it when we actually when we were having a procedural brief. So that is the reason why that member was actually requested, because chairpersons can also ask someone to act on his behalf if he's not available, even if the person is not a member of that particular committee. Okay. And yeah. So are you okay, sir? Okay. Thank you very much. Can I then have a member of the committee on the report?
Speaker, I'll second the report.
Thank you very much. Okay. Can we then continue to the next speaker? Let us call our honorable speaker to present a speech. The reporters Minyayev presented, and the report was seconded, and speaker will then request you to come in and present your speech. Honorable Nyai, may I then therefore request you to present the next report? Kanyile. Okay. Is it a member of that? Is it?
Telo Kanyile, Chair, uti dilangalama report.
Member Kanyile.
Thank you, Chair. I, Sokaile Kanyile, on behalf of Honorable Nkosi Dlamini, the Chairperson of OCPOL, table the Committee's Oversight Report on the 2022-23 Annual Report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I request that the areas I will not read should be taken as tabled. The Committee's Oversight Report outlines the performance of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for 2022-23 financial year. The GPL's performance in the implementation of the annual performance plan targets reflect 83% achievement, with a total of 20 performance targets achieved out of 24 that were planned. The details of targets not achieved areas are follows. The 92% implementation of leadership implementation plan is due to a suitable leadership and coaching aspect being identified later than anticipated. This project was initiated in Q4 of the 2022-23 financial year and be concluded in Q3. The achievement of milestones in the HR strategy annual implementation plan, the 77% achievement of milestone in the annual implementation plan of the integrated communication strategy was due to the responsiveness of the marketers and planned events rescheduled. In terms of the budget expenditure, performance for the year under review, the GPL was allocated a total amount of 825.63 million rand, which is an increase from 795.7 million rand allocated in the previous financial year. The GPL managed to spend 756.188 million rand, underspending by 68.975 million rand, and this represents 91.6% expenditure pattern compared to 88% in the 21-22 financial year. The main factors that led to underspending are compensation of employees at 24 million rand because of unfilled vacancies due to hiring freeze whilst the value creation project is being implemented. Outstanding 2021-22 payment progression for P07, P8 employees, and lower than budget payment for 2021-22 pay progression for P9 to P16 staff members who did not fully comply with IPMS policy and therefore not benefiting from the full 1.5% pay progression that was budgeted for. Goods and services underspending by 31.1 million rand due to committee activities that could not be undertaken because of the congested institutional program, the gender responsive budgeting, on-site training in Italy, which was postponed to April 2023, and special operation projects. Capital assets underspending by 13.9 million rand due to the expiry of the tender validity, the audiovisual equipment of caucus room, late delivery of laptops for staff, delayed delivery of motor vehicles due to backlog from Toyota South Africa, and delayed delivery of the generator due to stock shortage in the country. The GPL continued to provide support to members by rolling out capacity. During the year under review, GPL adopted 159 SOM oversight reports and 21 focus intervention studies were conducted. Out of the 494 passed resolution, 352 responses were received and 185 were closed. The Petition Standing Committee tabled 128 new petitions for consideration against the planned target of 120 petitions. Out of these, 117 petitions were adopted. 9 were rejected and 2 were deferred for further consultation with affected stakeholders. A total of 27 bills were considered and 107 public education workshops were conducted against the 40 planned. The GPL conducted 5 sector parliaments, which included, amongst others, the Interfaith Parliament and Senior Citizens Parliament, with the aim to foster inclusivity, empower diverse voices, and emphasize our dedication to a shared brighter future through public participation. The GPL continued to provide support to members by rolling out capacity building, a report that details the degree of membership efficiency in making laws, as well as identifying possible challenges in the lawmaking process, was consolidated and tabled to governance structures to ensure that the laws passed are indeed responsive to the needs of the people. The committee commends the GPL for receiving a clean audit in the under review, as this is a third year in succession. If I'm correct, chairperson of committees, the adoption I should read after the speaker, or should I go on now?
After the speaker, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now call upon the speaker to please present her speech.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I just want to bring to the attention of the House that in terms of Rule 164, a member of the committee is the one that is supposed to actually present a report of a committee. But however, if a member of a committee delegated is the one that delegates a member to approve, there is nothing wrong with that, including a member that is actually supporting any report. There is no rule that says it is the member of the committee that must actually approve or second the report. Maybe what we need to argue is whether the report is a true record of what the committee has actually agreed upon, instead of arguing the names and the members that are presenting. But let me acknowledge the Honorable Premier, the presiding officers, MECs, Deputy Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and chairpersons of committees, our guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen, especially those that are following our debates through all social media platforms, and the people of Gauteng. It is an honor and a privilege to stand in this august house as I present the 2022-2023 Gauteng Provincial Legislature Annual Report to the people of Gauteng. The presentation of this annual report provides a brief account of our achievements for the period under review, as well as an outlook of our vision going forward. On behalf of the entire Gauteng Provincial Legislature, allow me to congratulate once more Captain Siya Kolisi and the team for bringing the 2023 Rugby World Cup trophy home. We are proud of our rugby team for their sterling performance. We also congratulate Captain Themba Bavuma for taking the national cricket team, the Proteas, to the semi-finals of the 2023 Cricket World Cup. It is unfortunate that we only reached the semi-finals, but nonetheless, we still congratulate the team because other teams or other countries could not even reach the semi-finals. We also want to congratulate the Blitzboks for having had 3 wins in a row. Let us also congratulate Mamelodi Sundowns for an amazing 2023 season. Undoubtedly, Sundowns, Bafana style, as they are popularly known, remains the best South African team. We congratulate them for winning the first edition of the African Football League. Please don't confuse me. I am not a fan of Mamelodi Sundowns, but they represent our country at the continental level. Well, I will tell you outside of this session. These results bear strong testament to the positive effects that transformation in sports brings. Not only does it improve performance on the field, but it strengthens social cohesion of the field too. We therefore look forward to more rugby and cricket clinics in previous disadvantaged and township schools. We also welcome the newly appointed Public Protector Advocate Koleka Galega, and as GPL we have already met with her. We stand confident that Advocate Galega will bring increased stability to the Public Protector's Office. As the GPL, we have a good working relationship with the Office of the Public Protector, as well with all Chapter 9 and 10 and other institutions supporting democracy. As such, we welcome Advocate Galega and wish her a productive tenure in discharging her responsibilities of being the protector of the people. Allow me, Chair of Chairs, on behalf of the GPL and all peace-loving people, to commend the South African government and Minister Pando for recalling our ambassador and mission staff from Israel. This is indeed a principled position that goes well beyond religion or culture. It is about crimes against humanity and the perpetration of war crimes. It is about human rights and the flagrant violation of international law, the Geneva Convention and the Rome Statute. The open, planned, deliberate and determined killing of innocent civilians, non-combatants, especially children and the elderly, should be beyond the rationality of any sane human being. We commend the ANC-led government for not tolerating such behavior and coming out strongly and firmly against the atrocities perpetrated by apartheid Israel. Somebody even asked a question to all our Christians who say, do you still call yourself the children of Israel? Especially as we South Africans understand what apartheid brutality is, and as such will never stand by and condone apartheid Israel brutality on the Palestinians or in any other region of the world, wherever such brutality may exist. In the words of our former President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, we know too well that our freedom can never be complete without the freedom of the Palestinian people. Tata, we hear you and we remain true to your cause, especially tomorrow as we are going to be commemorating your passing on. Today, the 4th of December, is indeed a historic date, for on this very day back in 1996 that our Constitution was adopted. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is regarded as one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. The process that led to its approval was not an easy one. In his seminal work, our dear comrade President Oliver Tambo and the foundations of the South Africa's Constitution, Andre Odendaal, informs us that unknown to the world, after declaring 1986 as the year of Umkhonto weSizwe, the People's Army, marking the 74th anniversary of the African National Congress, the soft-spoken science and mathematics teacher, aspirant Anglican, turned revolutionary, was none other than the late President Oliver Reginald Tambo. May his revolutionary soul rest in eternal peace. He set more discreet plan in place by launching a 7-member think tank called the Constitutional Committee in Lusaka. The culmination of that work, combined with other pillars of struggle, mass mobilization, armed struggle, underground structures, and international isolation of apartheid colonial regime, led to the unbanning of the liberation movements, release of political prisoners, return of exiles, lifting of the state of emergency, among other things, and set in motion the Convention for a Democratic South Africa 1 and 2, were held between 21st of December 1991 and May 1992, and attended by various interested and affected political parties. After the collapse of CODESA II, a multi-party negotiating process began to pursue the issues that CODESA failed to resolve. Today, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa is the highest law in the Republic of South Africa. It can be said that every word in our Constitution was written with the blood of the many freedom fighters that have laid their lives in the fight against brutal apartheid regime. It is in terms of this very Constitution that we can gather in this august house called the legislature. It is in terms of this progressive apex piece of legislation that we derive our mandates as the GPL. It is in this Constitution that we find our Bill of Rights. Let us never take this for granted. Let us understand the importance of this day, and accordingly, let us never abandon the Constitution and its core values and principles. This is the collective embodiment of the voices of our people. The signing of the Constitution symbolized a peaceful transition from apartheid, brutality, and inequality to democratic and majority rule based on the Bill of Rights. It symbolized a transition from subjugation into a truly non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa, united in our diversity. As we mark that historic occasion, we need to reflect as members and as the legislature on the progress in advancing our democratic agenda. The many challenges, including gender-based violence and femicide faced by women and children, high levels of unemployment, especially amongst young people, inequality and poverty, should spur us as elected public representatives to up our game and always think about the people we represent and always act in their best interest. Honourable Chair of Chairs, as we approach the end of the 6th term in the legislature, I thought it prudent not only to focus on the year under review only, but instead to track our journey from the start of this term against our 5-year strategic plan. The 6th term strategic plan of the institution was characterized by a deep focus on efficiency and effectiveness. We can recall previous strategies of the institution that were developed in line with multiple goals and numerous performance plans at all levels. However, we now notice a streamlined 5-year strategy developed against a single institutional goal and the objective to improve the quality of life of all South Africans and reduce of inequality, poverty and unemployment as espoused in the National Development Plan. To realize these noble objectives, the GPL identified 5 strategic outcomes aligned to the constitutional mandates, and these are enhancing oversight and accountability towards service delivery, lawmaking to become more proactive and responsive to the needs of the people, enhancing meaningful public participation, improving alignment and collaboration between organs of state, enhancing compliance with all relevant fiduciary requirements and principles of good governance. It is against this backdrop of these strategic outcomes that we have planned exceptional performance for the 6th legislature. And then COVID hit. This was something nobody could have ever predicted. We heard about the lockdown in Wuhan province in China, and then in 2020, at the very start of our 5-year strategy, South Africa too was not spared. As GPL were but a cog in this violent global tempest, it was as if the end had come and we were defeated. It was as if we had no option but to surrender, to give in, to give up. But then again, we are South Africans. We have been through much worse and survived. We are a nation of resistance, resilience, and survival. We are a people of triumph against all odds. And like a phoenix, we rose from the ashes all around us. The GPL focused on agility and innovation to continue its operations, relying more on the technology that it had put in place and implemented virtual and online platforms to ensure the safety and security of our members and staff and to continue serving our people. The House and committees were enhanced to operate fully virtually and engage the public through online platforms, including social media channels, and we put systems to adapt to the new normal. It is against this backdrop and despite unprecedented odds that we still managed to register excellent performance throughout this term. This is no small feat. The progress registered shows that we have made steady and substantial progress throughout the term. On oversight, while using all oversight instruments, the House committees exercised robust oversight over the provincial executive from planning up to reporting, scrutinizing annual plans and the budget spending through quarterly performance reports, unannounced oversight visits, and the focus intervention studies. The legislature adopted 159 SOM oversight reports comprising quarterly oversight, budget oversight, annual oversight, and focus intervention study reports in 2022-23, and a total of 630 to date, and 21 FIS for 2022-2023, and a total of 76 to date. The FIS reports encompass a diverse range of critical topics to foster progress and prosperity in the province, ensuring equitable service delivery and sustainable development for all citizens. These oversight reports culminate in resolutions of the House which serve to direct the executive towards enhanced service delivery to the people. Approximately 500 responses to the House resolutions have been received, of which 70% has already been considered by GPL committees during the period under review. Additional oversight tools include questions and motions, and during the reporting period, a total of 57 oversight question papers were produced and communicated to the executive to seek accountability on the questions raised by the legislators, translating to over 1,000 questions during the period under review. 5 substantive motions were also considered by the House. The GPL has initiated the standardized oversight, accountability, and reporting in Gauteng. This is known as SOA GP, which is a sector first whereby the GPL partnered with the executive to standardize the way the executive will account to the GPL and the way the GPL will oversee the executive. The project has resulted in formats of executive reports to the GPL and GPL committees reports to the House, standardized in line with standardized focus areas aligned to the GPL, provincial priorities, and the National Development Plan. Committee performance is also assessed and reports presented to the quarterly review sessions of the Standing Committee of Chairpersons in a peer review fashion. In addition, oversight reports from institutions supporting democracy are also considered by the Standing Committee of Chairpersons. The legislature needs to find creative ways to utilize these reports from the ISDs to strengthen oversight and hold the executive accountable. With respect to lawmaking, the GPL has the primary constitutional mandate to make laws that govern the province of Gauteng. In the period under review, 4 bills were and 5 regulations were approved. The report on the efficacy of lawmaking, identifying challenges and strengths in the lawmaking process, was considered to improve the lawmaking process. As part of the national lawmaking process, GPL considered a total of 17 Section 76 bills from the National Council of Provinces and 7 provincial bills. The Feasibility Study on Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act and a project plan is being finalized for the implementation in the 7th legislature to effect amendments to the money bills as envisaged by Section 120 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Based on the amendments of Schedule 3 of the Electoral Act and submissions of GPL to the IEC, it is pleasing that GPL will have 80 members instead of the current 73. The administration is already planning seamless transition from the 6th to the 7th legislature and ensure that our policies, processes, systems, and structures are geared towards support of all members that will be elected in the 2024 general elections. With respect to public participation, there has been a huge increase in outreach and public education workshops. More than 100 public education workshops were conducted on the GPL in the reporting period alone. We are also happy that considerable progress has been made by the Petitions Committee to address the backlog inherited by the 6th legislature and addressing current petitions. The initiative of balkanization of the petitions is beginning to yield desired results. However, there has been a notable decline in the accuracy and consistency of reports from departments. But I'm glad to indicate that the committee led by Honourable Chairperson of that committee is actually following up on those particular matters. In the period under review, 117 new petitions were accepted and adopted by the Petition Standing Committee. It is important to note that petitions being submitted to the GPL because of unresolved challenges at local government level. The increase in submission of petitions also points to the confidence that people have in the GPL as a beacon of hope in resolving their day-to-day issues. 5 sector parliaments were arranged to hear the voices and concerns of different sectors and to foster inclusivity, empower diverse voices, and emphasize our dedication to a shared, brighter future through public participation. GPL is developing strategies to ensure that participants in its activities truly reflect the non-racial, non-sexist, and united South Africa that we are aspiring to build. To date, from the beginning of the term, GPL has reached out and engaged to well over 1 million people in Gauteng on various issues of importance to the respective communities. With respect to cooperative governance, the GPL has also had a responsibility in fostering the cooperative and collaborative relationship towards a transformative legislative sector. These collaborative platforms are facilitated at global, national, provincial, and municipal levels to share best practices and for development and enhancement of norms and standards in the legislative sector. Partnerships and working relations have been established with ISDs, the SALS, South African Association of Public Accounts Committees, South African Local Government Association, Department of International Relations and Cooperation, National Council of State Legislatures, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, local municipal councils through GSF, to mention but a few. Some of these relations come with national and continental responsibilities. Honourable Member Kanyile has been elected as the Secretary of SAPAC, and recently SAPAC hosted a historic and successful Southern African Development Cooperation Public Accounts Committees, which was very, very much successful. And the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature was also elected as a regional treasurer of CPA in Africa, and these achievements lend strong testimony and confidence to the leadership of this fine institution. On strengthening good governance and fiduciary compliance, all our constitutional obligations, discharge of mandates, and confidence in leadership and management will be eroded if such achievements are not realized within the ambit of the law and in line with good governance practices, processes, as well as policies. Good governance is the cornerstone of any legislature, as it ensures transparency, accountability, and the overall well-being of the society it represents. We have been committed to upholding the principles of good governance in every aspect of our functions. We have an established Legislature Services Board with committees such as Audit and Risk, Performance and Remuneration, and Human Resource and Development, which are seen as best practices. We are proud that these committees and dedicated, professional, and hard-working men and women have improved scrutiny of the administration, provided guidance and support to the administration, and made immense contribution to the improved performance of GPL, leading to yet another unqualified audit with no matters of emphasis, which is called the clean audit. Chairs. The quality of submitted annual financial statements and performance information, including the financial health and supply chain management, had positively contributed to sustaining the clean audit outcomes. We have also sustained our positive performance in the areas of core business, committee performance and reporting, compliance with legislation, strategic planning, and supply chain management. We have fared well on the levels of assurance provided by the Executive Authority and presiding officers, the governance structures, and the entire administration. We express our sincerest appreciation to the Legislature Services Board and its committees especially the external independent members whose expertise, leadership, guidance, and contribution are immensely appreciated. The collective contribution of these oversight and implementing structures, administration, enable the institution to install and implement the necessary internal controls to record an 83% achievement of planned targets to the period under review. Let me also, once more, on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, pass our condolences on the passing of one of the independent members, Mr. Fihlani, who has passed on and was buried 2 weeks ago. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Whatever contribution that he has made to improve the work of the legislature will forever be remembered. However, while we bask in the success of yet another sustained clean audit for the GPL, we have already embarked on the development of audit strategy to implement recommendations by the Auditor General to improve and strengthen our processes and further enhance our oversight. In line with the codes of conduct, members and GPL staff declared to disclose their financial interest. Relevant sections of members' disclosures were published to ensure transparency and openness. On supporting and capacitating our elected representatives in this reporting period, members' capacity building initiatives focus on support to elected representatives, political party support, constitutional support, and support through party administration structures. Each political party represented in the legislature signed a memorandum of agreement with the Secretary of the Legislature, and the implementation was monitored and reported accordingly. Internal arrangement committee and stakeholder engagements sessions were organized to hold the GPL administration accountable for the support provided to represented political parties. GPL has adopted a tightrope approach financial management, focusing on value for money, stretching one rand before spending another, and the reduction of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Where UIFW may have occurred, investigations are conducted and recoveries are taking place. We have embarked on a groundbreaking and ambitious plan of value creation to ensure sustainability of this enabler of democracy that we know as the GPL. The initiative is driven by the 3 Ps, which is purpose, people, and performance. We'll refocus our purpose as a legislature as we democratize planning, improve ownership of GPL strategy, to improve performance and making it agile and resilient to overcome any political and administrative changes, and align the structures, policies, systems, and processes accordingly. The project is at an advanced stage with the draft macro and micro structures almost completed in preparation for consultations with oversight committees and organized labor. We are happy to report that Gauteng Infrastructure Fund Agency, famously known as GIFA, has completed the space optimization feasibility study, providing GPL options to consider. Management preferred the options of refurbishment of GPL. This option provides for public-private partnership of about 360 million over a 2-year period concession. Management has considered the proposal, and a follow-up meeting with GIFA is scheduled for the 11th of December 2023. The lease at Sage building has ended and staff has been moved to the main building whilst others continue to work remotely. Chair of Chairs, it is now common cause that the GPL, the province, South Africa, and even the world at large is experiencing substantial socio-economic challenges. Just recently, the National Treasury issued stiff guidelines to all government departments to drastically reduce spending, freeze new appointments, to prevent bloated structures, and reduce the wage bill, reducing usage of consultants, and the cut out on all essential travel. This position was further emphasized by Finance Minister Kotongwana during the medium-term budget policy statement. It is therefore unavoidable that we make the difficult choices to ensure that this beacon of hope remains sustainable and continues to serve the people of Gauteng well into the future, long after our time has lapsed. GPL has also developed a budget guide in line with previous calls to use the public resources economically, efficiently, and effectively. We will continue with this practice to respond to fiscal constraint. It is, however, important that as we approach the 30th anniversary of our democratic breakthrough, we reflect on the role of the legislature as a preeminent organ of state, how it executes its mandates, and how is it resourced to effectively represent the will of the people. The legislature holds a central and primary role of representing the interests of the people, providing oversight on the executive branch, responsible for making laws, exercise budgetary control, checks and balances. As reflected in the State of Capture report, the ability to hold government accountable for its actions is a fundamental pillar of democracy. We need to adequately resource the legislature to safeguard principles of democracy and ensure the effective functioning of our governance system. In line with the Latima principles adopted by the heads of government and states in 2003 in Abuja, Nigeria, recognizes the need for legislatures to have adequate resources to fulfill their functions effectively. Legislatures should have autonomy and control over their own budgets. Legislatures should adhere to best practices of financial management, including transparent budgeting, auditing and reporting, the fair and non-partisan allocation of resources, and most importantly, legislatures should be protected against any arbitrary reduction of their funding by the executive. Any changes in funding should be based on objective criteria and through transparent and consultative processes. This is important to understand as the legislature budget has over the past four years been reduced by about 200 million rands. These reductions have a negative impact on the functioning of the legislature and will be felt even more as we transition to the 7th legislature. The 7th legislature seats will increase to 80. I hope some of you will come back. I wish you all the best. There will be a need to develop funding model to support elected representatives, political parties as well as including independents if they were to be elected, review of all policies, systems, processes, the standing rules, and so forth, and provide orientation, induction, and training of members, maintain a competent, skilled, and knowledgeable staff, create additional space, renovate the decaying national heritage, which is this building. These issues were shared with Provincial Treasury, and it was a surprise when the MEC pronounced that the legislature did not make a compelling case. Some of these changes cannot be put in abeyance for longer. We implore upon the MEC and Provincial Treasury to earnestly engage with us and find amicable solutions in line with the principles of the Latima House and financial management of Parliament and provincial legislatures. Honourable members, as we stand in this August House, 3 decades after our democratic breakthrough, being fully considerate of the challenges that face us, it is still important that we still commemorate 30 years since our democratic breakthrough. The 30th years anniversary of the democratic breakthrough is a significant milestone that deserves a memorable and meaningful celebration. We note that the celebration will take place during heightened election campaigns and will be a contested terrain. We will link the GPL commemoration to national celebrations with unique characteristics of Gauteng. It is only apt that we be justifiably proud of our victory over the repressive, brutal apartheid regime, which through our will, determination, and resilience, we managed to defeat 3 decades ago. The apartheid monster we defeated enabled each person in our country to have a vote. The right to vote is a right that was hard fought for over many years, and it is a right that many people have laid down their lives for. This is no ordinary thing that should be taken for granted. Therefore, it is my appeal on behalf of the broader GPL that we ourselves firstly register in order to vote and remind all those that are eligible to do so as well. If we do not register, we cannot vote, and we do not vote, and we give up our right to have a say on who governs our country and how it is governed. We have already been organizing numerous voter education and registration campaigns for this particular purpose. This is indeed a hard-fought right. So let us not give up, register to vote, and then when it is time to vote, do so without fail. I'm also talking to the citizens of Gauteng and our guests sitting in the gallery. Let us for a moment consider the oppressed people of Palestine, for whom an equal right to vote is a far-off thought, let alone a wish, and even lesser so, a foreseeable reality. Through this address and the achievements I have outlined from the beginning of this term, I am confident that we remain firmly on course to deliver a purpose, people and performance-driven institution that stands as a beacon of hope and the cradle of democracy well into the future. We remain committed to the development of a GPL of the future, comprised of members who are public representatives in every way, sort and form, who would care less about being served, but rather who would care more to serve. In this way, we'll be able to extend our oversight deeper and penetrate our public participation further, so that our generations and theirs after them will be able to enjoy the fruits of our robust and well-functioning democracy. As I have said at the beginning, this is our last annual report to be presented in the 6th term. My fellow presiding officers, together with all members of this legislature, through robust debates, constructive criticism, and constant collaboration, we have walked in this journey besides me in the leadership and presiding over this fine institution. For that, I am eternally grateful. The oversight structure such as OCPOL and the LSP have always discharged their duties with excellency as well as dedication, holding the legislature to account without fear, favor, or prejudice. The LSP and its contribution as an added layer of good governance and fiduciary compliance can never be overstated. The LSP, its committees, and the independent members remain committed to the smooth operations, management, and leadership of the institutions. We are reminded of the numerous occasions where the LSP was quick to call GPL to account and keep the institution firmly on the tracks of exemplary governance. I wish to express our collective appreciation to the GPL administration for all the sterling support and service over the years to ensure that my task of leading and presiding over the GPL was enabled, facilitated, and made easy. I have no doubt whatsoever that you will provide a similar level of support and even better to the 7th legislature and beyond as well. To the people of Gauteng, my message is quite simple. This institution called the GPL is in good hands, but it is dead and meaningless without you. It would merely be a shell of brick and mortar. You, the people of this province, give meaning to the legislature through your involvement, interaction, and partnership. Remember, this is your legislature. Own it, hold it to account. Where there are service delivery challenges, do not take your frustrations to the streets. Bring it here, because it is indeed a preeminent organ of state that serves as the beacon of hope to you. The people are our most important stakeholders. Honourable Chair of Chairs, addressing our challenges and strengthening our opportunities, even though the 6th term is ending, the GPL journey will never end. It will go on and further. In addition to the successes and achievements outlined above, and as has been previously reported, we continue to identify weaknesses and enhancement, which we continuously try to improve on going forward. We'll focus on the following areas to enhance our performance. We'll review the standing rules to strengthen accountability, responsiveness of the executive, and timely responses to questions. Implement the findings and recommendations of the study into the assessment of some implementation in the institution and lessons learned, and share experiences with the sector. Enhance efficiency and turnaround times for lawmaking. Work with constituency offices and elected public representatives to enhance our outreach and public participation, to create awareness about the role of the legislature and reach out to other national groups to reflect the national racial society we are aspiring to build. We'll deepen relations with all our stakeholders and municipal council. Future-proof of the strategy to make it resilient and agile to withstand any political or administrative changes, and align the structure, policy systems, and processes to the strategy. Strengthen our internal controls and address recommendations by AXA to ensure sustainability in audits. Will improve the competency, capability, skills, and knowledge of appointed officials and elected public representatives to further improve performance of GPL, will create a safe and conducive environment for work, including employee wellness, strengthening the relationship between organized labor and management, consequent management and resolution of the 13th check, which is in the Labour Court, enhance provincial oversight by improving performance of the GPL's oversight committees, will implement recommendations of the feasibility study on the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act. As I conclude this address, which I dedicate to all those who are oppressed in any way, sort or form in our province, country, and the entire world, we remain strongly focused on the plight of the Palestinian people. I invite all to listen to a sobering clip by the people's poet Mzwakhe Mbuli titled, I quote, "Plight of Palestinians." Let us all be reminded by the inspiring words of the former president of the African National Congress on the formation of Umkhonto weSizwe and the adoption of the armed struggle in South Africa against the brutal apartheid regime, which is as follows, I quote, "At the beginning of June 1961, after a long and anxious assessment of the South African situation, I and some colleagues came to the conclusion that as violence in this country was inevitable, it would be unrealistic and wrong for African leaders to continue preaching peace and non-violence at a time when the government met our peaceful demands with force. This conclusion was not easily arrived at. It was only when all else had failed, when all channels of peaceful protest had been barred to us, that the decision was made to embark on violent forms of political struggle and to form Umkhonto weSizwe. We did so not because we desired such a cause, but solely because the government of the day had left us with no other choice. In the manifesto of Umkhonto weSizwe, published on the 16th of December 1961, we said, "The time comes in the life of any nation when there remains only two choices, submit or fight. That time has now come to South Africa. We shall not submit, and we have no choice but to hit back by all means in our power, in defense of our people, our future, and our freedom." I close quote. Therefore, as fellow survivors of apartheid brutality, we say to the Palestinian freedom fighters, it is only right to defend yourselves from brutal oppression, not since the 7th of October 2023, but oppression and dehumanization for the better part of the last century. Continue the good fight. We remain with you in thought, prayer, and support. We support you, and we do so unapologetically. We do so with pride. Never submit to oppression. Never give in to tyranny. Never bow down to apartheid. Aluta continua. Continue the good fight so that power returns to the people. Amandla. Honorable Chair of Chairs, allow me to wish all honorable members of the House and their families, the GPL employees and their families, the people of Gauteng, a restful and pleasant Christmas season. May you be protected and preserved. I thank you.
Hail the Speaker! Hail the Speaker!
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll now call upon Member Kanyile to move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Honorable Dlamini, I'd like to thank and acknowledge the cooperation of the Speaker and of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mkhekwe, the Secretary, Mr. Peter Skosana, and the senior management during the consideration of the annual report for 2022-23. He would also like to thank all the members of the committee, as indicated earlier, together with the staff for the commitment they've shown during the process. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Is there any seconder?
I rise. My name is Chirizim Nyai. I rise to second chair of chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munyai. And I'll put a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Msimang. Yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair of Chairs, residents of Gauteng, fellow members of the Provincial Legislature, good morning, and to our honorable guests that are here this day. It is that time of the year again where we evaluate our success or how successful government has been in terms of the delivery by the departments. And we want to then see if they've been able to deliver on their core mandate. At the forefront of which is for this government to help grow the economy and to demonstrate that they are doing everything that needs to be done in order to ensure that the economy of Gauteng is indeed growing. Gauteng is, after all, the economic hub of the country. Sadly, though, this government has been failing in delivering on its key mandate. Corruption is rampant, the cost of living is skyrocketing. Worse off, people are sitting now without jobs. People are sitting where industries have been destroyed, like the poultry industry in this province, and many other residents are still living in abject poverty, where they're still wishing for their houses, where many are still wishing to go to a clinic and be treated with dignity, where many will be not forced to go and look for school for their children very, very far off because those that are close to them cannot accommodate them. Unemployment in this province is still very, very high, Madam Speaker. We are now sitting in a situation where this province, if it's not going to be ensuring that it creates jobs, we are going to see more and more of our children starving to death. We are going to see more and more crime because that's how people then tend to then fend for themselves. The cost of living is driving people and most of our residents to start thinking that indeed the dream of 1994 is now being turned into a nightmare. Millions of unemployed and unskilled Gauteng residents continue to suffer with no jobs and no skills. And now a defunct and money pit called the TSEPO 1 million failed to deliver on its promises of the jobs. The program launched in 2014 as TSEPO 500,000 for skills training, job placement, entrepreneurship, development, and further developing into a TSEPO 1 million has failed to meet its target. According to the 2022-2023 annual report for the Office of the Premier, the TSEPO 1 million program has not met the technical indicator descriptor requirements and failed to meet the consistency test. This is concerning, as the annual report would have indicated the achievements of this program and the progress that has been made in terms of creating employment opportunities in the province. We have spent hundreds of millions, but we have been asking and we're still asking, where are the jobs created by the TSEPO 1 million? More and more of our young people are becoming zombies on the streets because of drugs. More and more of our young people have lost hope that they will ever live in a country that is offering them opportunities. This can never be the dream of 1994. The annual report of 2022-2023 financial year notes that the program, in conjunction with the Harambe, was terminated on the 31st of March 2023. In addition, in a transitional plan to wind down the TSEPO 1 million, it is currently underway, where again we are expected to be spending much more money for what? I don't know. The fact that there are no numbers that have been indicated on the program for this year under review raises many questions. This means that the program was a waste of money and only a handful of beneficiaries really can say this program has worked for them. It will be interesting to then do a the mathematical calculation, Madam Chair of Chairs, where we're able to then calculate how many have benefited per rent. And you would find that you could have actually made millionaires out of people that have benefited. Yet the majority of our people in the West Rand, yet the majority of our people in Ekurhuleni, in the Vaal, are still finding themselves living in abject poverty. Yet our young people here on the streets of Johannesburg are busy going up and down, pulling trolleys, instead of being in jobs that require skills that can give them a dignity of life. Every 60 seconds, every 90 minutes, some areas in the city of Johannesburg, and indeed the rest of Gauteng, is hit by load shedding. Now we hear the Premier now talking about all the new transformers that are going to be rolled out there. But you see, this is a problem here. We are only putting makeup on a bigger problem. The problem is not that we don't have transformers. The problem is that with ESCOM always switching on, off, the transformers cannot really deal with the inconsistency. In addition to that, we have now dealt with enough crisscross this province, Madam Chair of Chairs, and I can tell you straight on that the police are saying the fact that we are sitting without vehicles, this is why we cannot even go out and guard that infrastructure that is sitting out there. This is why these transformers will blow up, because there are people who are connecting illegally, there are people who are pulling cables out of there. But what does our Premier do? Instead of taking money to give money to the police so that they can have more vehicles, so they can protect our infrastructure, the Premier goes and spends 10 million rand on panic buttons. Who answers those panic buttons on the other end? We hear that now there's helicopters. While on the ground, the Deer police station, a police station that is patrolling over 420 kilometers, only has 2 vehicles. Last week, when there were people shot during the taxi violence, it had to take 1 vehicle to go and stand at Baragwanath Hospital because some of the suspects were there. It meant that the Deer police station for the whole week didn't have 2 cars. It only had 1 car. And our communities are saying, we don't see the police. How would you see the police if our response is a helicopter, if our response is drones, if our response is panic buttons that are not going to mean a thing on the ground when the police are supposed to be responding? It is high time that we take our residents very seriously. We have been saying that in order to get the economy going, you need to do 3 things. 1, we need to make sure that we fix our infrastructure and we maintain our infrastructure. 2, we need to make sure that there is safety for people and their properties. But 3, we need to make sure that we have an accountable government that is not corrupt. None of those 3 things are being met by this particular government. Let's talk about the issue of the infrastructure. We have been saying that you need to be ensuring that you have an infrastructure master plan that looks at the infrastructure from a municipal level, a provincial level. But yeah, we have an MEC I'm not even going to talk about because it's as useless as they come, who has failed to then ensure that from a local government we're able to bring in all the stakeholders to a meeting where we can talk about how this infrastructure is going to be not only protected, maintained, financed, so that we can help the municipality stop the bleeding that is actually happening there. But this has not happened, Madam Chair of Chairs. We now move on to then say we want to attract investment. How will you attract investment if people that are requiring electricity cannot get electricity? People requiring water cannot get water because rainwater is unable to then provide water. I wanted to give this cake today. I know our Premier loves cake. I wanted to give this cake to the Premier today. This is a cake that a baker in Gauteng has to now throw away. This is money that could have gone towards supporting that baker's children. But now because of load shedding, because once she's busy in the process of baking that cake, electricity goes off. She has to throw everything away. A bakery has to go through the same thing. I have a milk farm in Pretoria that had to go and throw over 150,000 liters of milk because of the inconsistency in the provision of electricity. Now, if you're not going to address the small things, don't come and tell us about the train that will be running from Limpopo to Gauteng, while the people in Gauteng are calling for the most of basics to be done. Let's get the infrastructure right. Let's get the police right. Let's ensure that we have a clean and corrupt-free government. We have been told by the Premier in the previous quarter that we will be knowing what is the results of the lifestyle audits. Nyazaz, have you ever seen any of the lifestyle audits? Those reports haven't been coming forward, and I can guarantee you they will not come forward as we go into the elections. Because the same people who are implicated, the same people who are at the forefront of ensuring that you and me stays in poverty, you and me don't continue to live a positive life, are the same people that are implicated here. And this is why we will never see those reports seeing the time of day. I want to then say, over 800,000 as an example, in one department, the Department of Roads and Transport, has been cited in the report. Over 800,000. Now, somebody might say 800,000 is a small fee, but if one person has been accused of embezzling 800,000, how many more others and millions are actually then attributed in terms of corruption and in terms of mismanagement that can be attributed to a whole lot of people. Where is the Premier in all of this? He is quiet. Instead, he goes out and tells people that their debts have been written off, which and then again ESCOM comes and says there's no such a thing. Those debts cannot be written off. We then need to make a choice, Madam Speaker. The choice that we need to make is that we are going to continue living in a bubble, in a cocoon, where we are busy telling people about a fairy tale of what Gauteng is, or we're going to own up to the fact that life has become very, very hard for the people of Gauteng. Life has become unbearable for the people of Gauteng. This is why now in Diepsloot, you have now members of the community taking law into their hands because they haven't been able to see the police on the ground. This is why vigilantism becomes now the order of the day and people get to be murdered because they are saying government is not responding. More and more, if you look at the stats South Africa, more and more people are becoming less reliant and less dependent on government services because they know government doesn't represent them well or doesn't respond. So I want to say, Madam Chair of Chairs, instead of continuously lying to our people, continuously telling people that things are getting better, let's own up to the fact that things have gotten worse. And if we own up to the fact that things are getting worse, we'll then get to the bottom of how we begin to then start resolving these issues so that we can then say once and for all, we have been on the wrong track. Let's find our way to get on the right track. The Madam Speaker here has quoted O.R. Tambo, but O.R. Tambo lived a life that reminded them that, you know, one day you'll be driving in Mercedes-Benzes and you'll forget about the people. You'll forget about the struggle that started you on this mission that you have been on. I need to remind you, Macau, Tambo, as you call yourself. Have you really forgotten? Have you really forgotten what this struggle was all about? That now it's all about enriching yourselves. That now it's about ensuring that more and more of the black child will remain in the doldrums of poverty. That now more and more of our people will live in fear. That now more and more of our people that should be contributing to South Africa is considering leaving South Africa to go and start a life somewhere because you have really, really burned down this country. That is what we need to be debating here today. We will hear more lies. We'll hear more of the fantasy and more of the cocoon living that we will be getting about the the train that will be taking 30 minutes to leave Limpopo to come to Gauteng. We'll be hearing about the helicopters. We'll be hearing about the so-called wardens, which at this point cannot do anything except do the illegal work of sitting in offices and become commissioners of oath that we have seen across the province here. We will see more of the BMWs that have been bought, being crushed by the same people that have been given the power. Is this where we're supposed to be going? Indeed, as Gauteng, if we are serious about progression. Indeed, we need to stand up and say enough is enough. You need to, Premier, come here and account for the mess that you and your party has done. You need to stand up and say you have led this country and this province in the wrong direction, and we need to then start fixing it. Until you do that, we are not going to be facing a possible a good future here in South Africa and here in Gauteng more specifically. But we are going to continue to face a challenge where unemployment becomes the order of the day, where crime and then those that are really the criminal landlords or the criminal lords will continue to rain havoc on our communities, where our young women will continue to be raped, will continue to be murdered, will continue to be forced to take down their pants in order for them to be able to then get an opportunity to work. Indeed, this is not a Gauteng that in 1994 was presented to us. This is not a South Africa that we were dreaming of. Let's have that real debate and we can talk about the real state of Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. Can I then have Honorable Makwala? Honorable Makwala. Okay. Let's move to the next speaker. Can I then call upon Honorable Bloom?
Thank you, Honourable Acting Speaker. I wish to say that previous debates on the Premier's Office annual report have featured assessments of the entire provincial government as it reflects on the efficacy of the Premier's Office. But I want to focus today on a specific instance of failure within the Premier's office, namely the Provincial Forensic Unit. This is supposed to fight the pervasive corruption in this provincial government by doing speedy investigations. But you know what? It doesn't even have a chief director to head it. This is one of 20 vacant posts out of 43 total posts. That's right. You heard right. It's nearly half the posts are empty in this vital anti-corruption unit. Now, last year, there were 76 investigation requests, but 47 of these, that's 62% of them, are still not concluded. And one investigation took more than 8 years to be concluded. There are other investigations that took 2, 3, or 4 years. And what this means is that some officials are suspended with pay at huge expense. And this adds to the problem of people in acting posts for long periods of time. If this provincial government was serious about fighting corruption, its forensic unit would be fully staffed with high-powered investigators. Now, another scandal is that the Gauteng Health Department requested the Premier's office to do lifestyle audits on certain officials, but nothing has happened. This was in reply to a question of mine last week by the Honourable MEC for Health and Wellness. Now, we do know that lifestyle audits are a vital tool in fighting corruption. And we all know that corruption in the Gauteng Health Department is a major reason why patients are treated badly and our hospitals are crumbling. Honourable Premier, you need to account for the dreadful failure of your own office to investigate corruption speedily and do lifestyle audits as required. Is it just incompetence or because certain officials are protected as they are politically connected? Please don't duck this, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Premier, I must say. We need to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bloom. Can I then have Honourable Munyai to also participate in the debate?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairs of Chairs. The African National Congress strategy and tactics are set that the ANC government must build ethical developmental state with both strategic and technical capacity. We can affirm as the African National Congress that the office of the Premier have a political strategic capacity and technical capacity with regard to administration. So, and therefore, we can also reaffirm that the office of the Premier is incorruptible and it's advancing all the cause to deal with the corruptions wherever it persists itself. And we must say that those that are imagining that when the Premier is not dealing with the unemployment, poverty and hunger, they could be staying in the different imaginable province, because the Premier and the people of Gauteng knows that we have NAS Hispanic program, which decisively and massively are dealing with unemployment in Gauteng. We must also say that those that doesn't understand technology as the force multiplier in dealing with corruption, they will not appreciate e-button. They will not appreciate the drones. They will not appreciate the already procured helicopters in Gauteng province. The Premier of Gauteng, Lesufi, declared that crime and corruption in Isopa and lawlessness and vandalism as the enemy that must be mercilessly defeated. Indeed, this is objective reality in Gauteng province. It becomes a safe place to live and a destination for investment by those that want to invest in and stay in Gauteng. Some argue that the wardens, they're not doing anything. working together with this technology that has been introduced by the Honorable Premier. The Zamazamas has been arrested, which now if you don't stay in Gauteng or you still imagine about the progress, you will not be able to understand. We must say that Gauteng is becoming safer and secure community. However, there's much more work need to be done. Going forward, the mobilization of the broader sector of society, working together with our people, and what we used to call then the mass organs of people's power, the Community Policing Forum, the faith-based organization, the CBO. We have to work together in the context of the social compact to make sure that we deal with this crime. It is not the role of the police and the wardens, as some may assume in their own mind, state of mind, that this is the role of the police alone. Working together with private security companies in addressing the issues of the space of criminals, Operation Ukai Mulao brought a fundamental, impactful progress. We must say that with this regard to the commitment that drastically changed the living conditions of the 26 township, hostel and informal settlement, the provincial government supply chain spent 40% on both SMME and cooperatives in township, hostels, and also informal settlement. And that, in objective reality, demonstrate that the African National Congress is unashamedly biased to the working class and the poor. Unlike the other organization whose philosophy is to represent white supremacy, laissez-faire, market-free fundamentalism. And they cannot therefore speak about the black child because they don't represent the black child. They represent the white child. We must say here and now, Honorable Chair, that those on the other table, they are opposed to progressive change, while as the African National Congress, under the stewardship of Premier Lesofie, we are advancing for social transformation. The ANC is committed to work with the Indunas at the hostel and make sure that their broadband solutions and wireless technology are deployed for the access to internet. We must say that the Honorable Premier, they are asking whether there's no political will to invest corruption. They are not in charge of the state, the complex issues called the state. Only the Premier command and is investigating all forms of corruption. Let's demystify the myth that the Premier is not addressing the corruption in Gauteng. Let's demystify the myth that the Premier is not dealing with unemployment. Let's demystify the myth that the Premier is bringing about the transformer that brought up within various communities to complement the constraints of energy supply. The Premier is not the Minister of the Public Enterprise. He is not in charge of ESCOM. He is not going to stand and not do anything like other parties who just wait for the debate to accuse the Honorable Premier. I thank you very much, the Honour, for the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Munyai. I'm now going to call the Honorable Premier to respond to the debate. Honorable Premier.
Thank you so much, Acting Speaker. Truly appreciate the opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate the presence of our Speaker and also appreciate the presence of members of the Executive Council together with members who are leaders of political parties in the House and members of the House. I want to acknowledge in the gallery the presence of our traditional leadership, as well as representatives coming from various formations that are attending this particular house. Acting Speaker, let me thank members for the debate, acknowledge the debate by the leader of the Democratic Alliance, Mr. Solly Msimang, and also acknowledge the debate presented in the House by Member Bloom, also representing the Democratic Alliance, and further appreciate the brilliant response.
This is an important night. I laugh.
Honorable Kumalo, can you mute?
I want to thank Member T.B. Munyai for the brilliant response that is provided on this matter. It will indeed be important to clarify one or two issues that have been presented by those that are debating in this House. Our view is very simple, that the agenda to advance, develop, and grow Gauteng together is indeed accelerating, moving at a faster pace on all the 5 priority areas that we have presented into this particular House. The first one, obviously, was for us to reposition the economy of our province and ensure that we come back to the pre-COVID statistics that have been presented by Stats SA. We'll take this argument as the valid argument than any other argument presented in this House. We can't be dictated by general statements presented in this House by Member Msimang, ignoring the official statistics that have been presented by Stats SA, both when they were tabling their third quarter report, but most importantly, when they were tabling the report on employment. In their last report, Stats SA quietly and brilliantly articulated that the economy of Gauteng has grown and it's now bigger than the economy of Western Cape and KZN combined. That's a major achievement if you take into consideration where we come from and the difficulties that we faced before COVID. This is a fact. This is information presented by an independent institution, not thumb-sucked by an individual that feel that they can come to this particular House to present a view that is not formal, but also to present a view that is not correct. The second aspect, as part of our commitment to attract major investment, you are quite aware that all major institutions, especially in the motor vehicle industry, have recommitted to work and invest in our province. We celebrated the birthday of BMW. We also celebrated and welcomed the new investment that has been brought by major motor vehicle institutions in our province. This is an affirmation that the economy of our province continue to attract those that are playing in the global space and also continue to attract new players that have agreed that Gauteng will be an area where they will indeed invest and create opportunities. Together with the President, we also welcomed various institutions in the investment conference that we held, and 80% of all the investment that came out of the investment conference were destined for Gauteng. 80% of the investment were destined for Gauteng. And all these investment commitments are now being translated into practical institutions that are opening new firms, new factories, and recruiting our new people. This is a fact. This is information that is easily available, but ignored by those that believe that they can convey a message that things are collapsing and there's nothing good that is happening. We've now consolidated and concluded our 5 special economic zone corridors, and we met with the entire leadership of the special zone economic corridors of our province. The special economic zone in the Val is now shaping up. The economic zone in OR Tambo Airport is now translating the precious stones that we have in our province. Instead of shipping it outside the country, we are now processing these precious stones in our own province, in our own country, into a finished product. We're excited that the special economic zone in the West End is also shaping up, and it will be launched soon so that it can reposition itself as a special economic zone that will perform the way we want it to. This is our investment in ensuring that our economy grows and our economy participate in some of the areas that we have identified as strategic areas for economic growth. The financial sector continues to be the major performing sector that is carrying the economy of Gauteng. We are excited that all major financial institutions are head office here in Gauteng. Contrary to the statement that have been articulated here, the economy is not collapsing. Instead, the economy is growing and the economy is accommodating new players. And our economy is also ensuring that new jobs are created and new people can be accommodated, especially as SMEs. This excites our vision that we've placed and advanced that will reposition Gauteng as a province that is attracting more investment and as a preferred destination for those that prefer to come and invest in our province. As we welcome forward this new multi-billion investment in our province and their commitment to play a meaningful role in the international or global space, we acknowledge that we need to move its pace in ensuring that we migrate the current single combustion motor vehicles into the electric vehicles and assist these institutions to migrate to the new energy market. This is not going to be easy, take into consideration the difficulties that we are faced with in terms of energy challenges. Let me dispel the myth and appreciate the brilliant analysis that Member Chirit Munyai presented in the House, that we are not responsible for the Department of Public Enterprises. And our intervention in ensuring that we have energy in our province is meant for that intervention to assist and to ensure that we shield our communities. I'm glad that the MEC responsible for Treasury last week in this very House tabled a budget that will ensure that 1.2 billion rand is allocated to shield people of Gauteng of all the challenges that they are facing in terms of load shedding. And when we table 1.4 billion to protect people of Gauteng, Member Msimang, it includes those that are baking those cakes. It includes those that are trying to have small businesses to sell milk. It also includes Goko Sibanyoni, who's struggling to get either a transformer. And the debate and the discussions about transformers is not only misplaced, it's a misunderstanding of our intervention in the energy crisis in our province. We don't have a mandate to deal with electricity, but we can't fold our arms on our people. 2.5 million people in Gauteng don't have access to electricity because of those that have vandalized transformers and those that have stolen transformers, or those that feel that transformers should be sabotaged so that this government can be seen to be incompetent or not responding to the needs of our people. We did so by convening an energy summit where we invited everyone, literally everyone, all local authorities, including local authorities led by the Democratic Alliance, were part of this energy summit. We invited business, we invited National Department of Electricity. We also invited experts in the fields. After that long discussions, we agreed on 7 powerful points to manage energy in our province. 1, that those that are connected illegally must be disconnected. 2, those that are indigent, we must have an indigent register to ensure that we separate those that can afford to pay from those that can afford to pay. 3, we agreed that we're going to install smart meters in all households and all our businesses. Thus far, majority of our municipalities are sitting at 67% in ensuring that we install smart meters. 4thly, we said we'll manage debt. We've persuaded many institutions to ensure that all the debts that are owed by various institutions, especially our municipalities, are eradicated. It was just an unfortunate omission on my side, Member Msimang, when I was supposed to say debt owed by municipalities, I said debt owed by communities. I've since rectified that statement, but that does not remove the urgent need that even the debt that is owed by our communities is indeed reviewed, if possible, set aside. There's no way that people that are elderly should or will be in a position to pay back that debt. There's no way that those that have passed on will be in a position to pay that debt. There's no way that child-headed families will also be in a position to pay that particular debt. And therefore, we can't wish this debt away. We need to find a very important way of managing debt. But debt stretches beyond municipalities and households. The provincial and national government departments that are owing local government as well. But we must commit ourselves to manage that debt. We are open, calling for an intra-government debt management system. We can't have government departments taking each other to court on the basis that they're failing to manage their debt system. The next point that we resolved at this summit included the protection of infrastructure, that we can't allow an infrastructure that we've invested so much to go unprotected and to be damaged. And the last aspect was for us to openly declare that where there are people that need to pay, there are people that need to get new transformers, we'll be in a position to install transformers, mini stations, but also that those that can afford to pay for the services must do so. This is how we are, as a province, intervening to deal with the issue of energy in our province. We can't behave like how Member Msimang is behaving, pointing fingers at everyone, not taking responsibilities to be part of a collective effort to deal with these particular issues. Where we are, we stand convinced that as a province, we will and we must succeed in protecting businesses, citizens of our province against load shedding and against the energy limitations and challenges. We are proud that those that can't conclude to bake their cake will have an opportunity protected by the province to ensure that they continue to bake and continue to serve. We have, as the MEC responsible for Treasury presented, going to put solar panels in all government buildings, especially those that are hit hard by load shedding, hospitals, clinics, schools, and institutions that need to support democracy in our country. We're continuing with this program, knowing very well that this is a mandate that is outside us, but we have an opportunity to ensure that we play a role. We will not join you to scream, will not join you to shout, will not join you in pointing fingers, but will collectively call everyone to be part of this program of bringing light to those that are. Last night, and I had an opportunity to switch on a transformer for people that have not been having electricity for years. The excitement brought excitement to me. This is how government should intervene. It's a government that cares, it's a government that supports, the government that takes the responsibility to lead, rather than in a government that will spend time on the sidelines to point and deal with all other issues that we need to deal with. The second area we've committed ourselves to do was to fight crime. Our commitment to fight crime, when we tabled this commitment, the leader of the opposition in this particular house, I remember him vividly, said this is pie in the sky. That there's no way that we'll be in a position to recruit 6,000 young people, ensure that these young people are there to protect our citizens. Today, as I speak to you, there's no single ward in all our township that does not have young people that are eyes and ears of law enforcement agencies. A force multiplier that is ensuring that our communities are protected, a force multiplier that is ensuring that the law enforcement agencies have extra hands, extra capacity. We committed that each and every police station will be given additional vehicles. Thus far, we've given almost 75 new mobile police stations to the law enforcement agencies. We strengthened the we strengthened the unit that is fighting GBV in the police force with extra vehicles. We also gave police additional resources to patrol our highways using state-of-the-art vehicles. We've also handed off police vans to the police so that they can be in a position to execute their mandate. Again, a demonstration that we don't point fingers. We put our resources where we feel will assist to protect the people of our province. We've already taken the decisions to make helicopters available. I see Member Msimang is trying to make a joke out of it. The reality is that cash heist, when they block roads, no one can come and confront them. Since the installation or the arrival of our helicopters, we've blocked almost 3 important cash heists. And the last week in Randfontein, our helicopter was utilized to foil a cash heist, where 4 people were killed by law enforcement agencies. Our instruments, either drones or helicopters, are more preferred by law enforcement agencies, and they're requesting our intervention. This is an additional resource that was not there when we addressed this house a year ago. When we spoke about this additional resource, we're told of a pie in the sky. We've now moved to conclude our consultation with all local authorities that are ready to hand over their CCTV cameras. We've also met with Business Against Crime. They're excited to hand over their CCTV cameras to us. We have concluded discussion with Sandra, who will also surrender their equipment to us as part of a consolidation approach to have 8,000 CCTV cameras put across all our province to protect our province against criminals. This investment is going to be an investment that will go a long way in protecting our community, including the urgent need for us to have drones and the urgent need for us to openly put up the e-panic button. I want to caution Member Msimang that the process to conclude and build the e-panic button has not been launched. Wait until we launch that process, that we will be in a position to understand its impact and we'll also be in a position to understand its effect and how law enforcement agencies will work together to protect our citizens. We've concluded consultation with close to 10,000 private security institutions that are willing to assist us to be part of this program. This is a single indication of a private-public partnership to fight crime in our province. Again, we will not point fingers. Again, we will not shout from the rooftops. Again, we will not argue on matters on the basis of common sense rather than the factual realities that are faced by our people. Our fight against crime is contained in the latest crime stats released by the Provincial Commissioner of Police that indicates that some sections of crime in our province have been reduced. Member Msimang have deliberately ignored this element because it doesn't suit the narrative. It doesn't suit the argument that is placing that everything is falling apart. There is a collapse of law and order in our province. From the crime stats released by the Provincial Commissioner, it's quite clear that the presence of the resources that we've made available to the police, the presence of our crime wardens, and the presence of the private sector security and the coordination of the work that they're doing is starting to yield the necessary dividend. The third area that we prioritized ourselves was to improve our townships, informal settlement, and our hostels. Never in the history of our province that there's been this concerted effort to improve our townships, to improve our informal settlement, and to improve our hostels. We've now unleashed lots of land that is made available to ensure that all informal settlement migrate into formal sector housing. We've increased our social housing investment and also continue to increase our investment in ensuring that in the hostels, people stay in better facilities. We will unpack some of these developments as we move towards the State of the Province address on all these particulars. But there are matters that cannot be left unattended as tabled by Member Bloom. Member Bloom, I don't run a special investigative unit. We run the Office of the Premier. We've agreed with the SIU on how investigations that are sophisticated must be investigated by the SIU. That agreement stands, and all the reports of that SIU partnership have been made available to you. Never in the history of our province that we have made every single report from the SIU available to everyone, including the opposition. Now that we're making this report available, we feel that we must have a new terrain for fighting us. We have never said we'll replace SIU. We have never said we'll replace the public protector. We have never said we'll replace the Hawks. We have never said we'll replace the Auditor General. The Office of the Premier Forensic Unit is to collate information. Where they have capability to outsource to institutions that can assist will do so. But there are law enforcement agencies in our country that are capable and well-resourced to deal with any form of investigation. Therefore, any accusation that we are not dealing with this matter or we are incapable to deal with this matter is not only misplaced, but is wrong and must be rejected as presented by Member Bloom. We are coordinating the works of the Hawks in our province, and there are many cases that the Hawks are assisting us, including the issue of Tembisa Hospital. They've already made some arrests, they've made some searches in some people's houses and some businesses, and we're looking forward to their final investigation on this matter, including the state or the issue of water of Hammanskraal, that silently and quietly, the DA is not speaking about it because it's their own mess. We are having the president to authorize and has authorized and accepted there must be an investigation on the water and the contract that was awarded by the DA-led administration in that particular municipality. So our forensic unit is not collapsed, has not collapsed. It remains strong, it remains capable to refer all matters that need to refer to all these particular institutions. As I conclude, Acting Speaker, we are proud as this province that 6 of our departments have received clean audits. 6 of our departments has received clean audits, and 10 of our departments has received a good financial report from the Auditor General. This is a first in the last 3 years. A clean audit of 6 departments, does it represent collapse of administration? No. Clean audit, does it represent that things are going the way Member Msimang is painting a picture? No. We are proud of the work that we're doing to protect the purse, the public purse, and to ensure that we account for every cent that has been presented here. And we're also pleased that in everything that we do, we put the people of Gauteng first, and we're excited that as we continue in towards 2024, the people of Gauteng knows one thing and one thing only: growing Gauteng together so that a better life can rise and everyone can be committed and can be supported regardless of the color of their skin. Thank you so much, Acting Speaker.
No, it was the closing.
Hail the Keme.
No. Yeah, let me get the next order.
Point of order, Chair. No, it's not. It's a point of order. It's a point of order. You don't want to hear my point of order? Oh, Chair of Chairs. It's a point of order.
But you can't raise point of order after the fact. I mean,
It's a point of order. I don't need to give a rule on a point of order. Point of order is a point of order.
Relax,
All right, if you want the rule 89, point of order.
Chill, Shirley. You can't do point of order after the Premier
Can I
has
give my point
spoken.
of order?
Sit down.
No, but
Sit down.
The point of order, Chair, is to bring in breaking news that at Lutuli House as we speak.
Sit down.
At Lutuli House as we speak, they are busy. The sheriff is busy taking all the furniture from there.
No, Msimang, you are not. Msimang, can we have order? Honorable Msimang, can we have order? Let's
we have emergency. Can you
look,
call
sit
the-
down. There's no
We
point
have
of order.
emergency. Can you call the ambulance?
No. Get to the next rule.
We have emergency. Can you call the ambulance, please?
Yes? Or emergency.
How? Usilahlele isandla somuntu esikazi. How?
They are calling there is an emergency there. Security, can you really attend to that? Please. Please, let's get somebody to attend the member. Yeah, let's get somebody so that we get to the next.
You must call solely out of order with this foolishness.
We can't hear you, Chair.
Actually, Nora was the only one.
Yeah, let's resume and take our seat. Those who are on the visual platform, we had a matter in the House, so we managed to really work on that matter, and we hope it will really go, and Honorable Khatebe will recover very speedily. Something just happened. Now we are continuing with the sitting, and the Secretary read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Order number 8, consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature report on the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Let me call upon the Acting Chairperson, Honorable Kanyile, to present the committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees. I, Sotaile Kanyile, on behalf of Honorable Nkosi Dlamini, the Chairperson of OCPOL, table the Committee's oversight report on the 2022-23 annual report of the Office of the Premier. I request that the areas I will not read should be taken as tabled. This committee oversight report provides the overview of the overall annual performance of the Office of the Premier for the 22-23 financial year. The annual report was concurrently considered with the Auditor General's report, and of notable and commendable success is the Office of the Premier's achievement of an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings in the year under review, which has been consistently maintained in the previous financial years. This overall performance of the Office of the Premier reflected 44 out of 57 annual performance plan targets achievement and 14 unachieved targets with a budget spending of 741.3 million rand out of the annual budget of 803.9 million rand. The committee's assessment of the Office of the Premier's budget against target achievements reflect 92% expenditure against 77% annual performance plan deliverables in the year under review. This is a regression in performance when compared to the 2021-22 financial year, where the office achieved 91% of annual performance plan targets. However, a slight improvement is noted where the Office of the Premier incurred 8% underspending when compared to 21% underspending recorded in the 21-22 financial year. The main concern is the Office of the Premier's underspending that exceeded the 5% threshold for all 3 delivery programs in the under review. In response to the committee concern relating to the lowest achievement of annual performance plan target in the year under review as opposed to the last 4 financial years, the Office of the Premier reported that every target was backed by audited and verified data, and in the future, target performance will show improvements. The Office of the Premier reported that underspending on Program 1 administration was due to a delay in finalizing the advertisement for Life is Dimeni, to share information with the Gauteng community and other interested stakeholders on the decision to close the process of claims, and the unspent funds has been categorized as saving in the strategic support and risk management and support program. The Office of the Premier reported that the delay in finalizing the advertisements was due to disagreements by some members of the family committee of the Life is Dimeni about the first time being told about the published advertisement in the Government Gazette during the meeting. It is noted that the Premier has granted the request to extend the time for the advertisement to ensure that information reaches all key stakeholders. The Office of the Premier further reported that the advertisement was published by government printers in the Government Gazette within the regulated standard costing rates. Another contributing factor to this underspending was in relation to a delay in the transfers of Life is Dimeni claimants to the non-finalization of pending court processes, as well as the delay by claimants in submitting important documents requested by the Office of the Premier to assess and process payments. The Office of the Premier attributed underspending on Program 2 institutional development to factors that include, amongst others, postponement of projects such as Gauteng Men's Symposium and delays in filling vacant posts. In response, to the non-achievement of the target to conduct annual perception survey, which has contributed to which has contributed to this underspending. The Office of the Premier reported that it has signed a memorandum of understanding with GCIS and other research organizations to conduct the annual perception survey. It is noted that the research study will be conducted in the 2023-24 financial year. The underspending on Program 3, Policy and Governance, was mainly attributed to factors that include, amongst others, delays in pending investigation by the Special Investigation Unit, as well as delays in finalizing the procurement of research studies. However, a slight improvement in the budget variance trend from 9% underspending in 2021-22 financial year to 6.1% in the year under review is noted. It is further noted that the Office of the Premier managed to pay 99.6% of the invoices within 16 days from date of receipt. Furthermore, the draft delivery agreements and signatures of approval from the Premier and MECs have been facilitated, amongst other achievements, in the year under review. Committee concerns. The committee is concerned that the biannual report on repositioning the GCR Energy Security Office were not produced as planned in the year under review. Also, the Office of the Premier has adopted the outcome-based reporting, but it is still reporting its performance on outputs, which does not provide clear impact of service delivery. The committee makes the following recommendation based on the information set out herein above, and as well as the committee concerns. The Premier must first provide a report on the impact of the non-production of biannual reports on the repositioning the GCR Energy Security Office in facilitating and fast-tracking service delivery in the year under review. The report should provide measures put in place to ensure the achievement of this target and to fast-track service delivery. Secondly, the Premier must provide measures put in place to redirect the Office of the Premier performance reporting from output, which mainly focuses on the number of reports achieved, and shift to the outcome-based reporting, where service delivery impact can be easily measured against the expenditure to ensure efficiency and effectiveness in the utilization of the resources. The Honourable Dlamini would like to thank the Premier and the senior management in the Office of the Premier. We also like to thank the members of the committee for the sterling work that they have done in their engagement with the Office of the Premier and all other engagements that were undertaken. And also would like to thank the staff for the commitment they've shown during the process. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we get a seconder to the report? Honourable Nyai.
I rise to second the report, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now pose a question. All those in favour say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Order number 9, debate on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
I now call upon Honourable Nteke.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Department of Social Development continues to fail the most vulnerable residents of Gauteng. At face value, the department looks like they've improved, but the devil is in the detail. Repetition of the same challenges, but packaged differently. For the period under review, the department underspent its budgets by 117.8 million, with the worst offender being restorative services, which underspent by 91 million, while our people continue to suffer. Targets were unmet, but 100% of budgets are spent. How can this be? Deputy Chair, whilst in Program 2, 100% was spent, only 56% of targets were met. And in Program 3, 99% of the budget was spent and 73% of targets were achieved. For the 7th year, the department failed to meet the targets of distributing dignity packs and school uniforms, citing management as the key challenge, supply chain management as a key challenge. This year, an improvement, as they were able to deliver 1.1 sanitary pads and 5,000 uniforms. This raises a question, Where was supply chain management when procuring the sanitary pads and uniform? There were irregular expenditure that did not comply with the Public Finance Management Act. 29 procurements of over 1 million without going through normal tendering processes. This is the devil in the detail that I'm talking about. No consequence management for this either. The department continues to have poor monitoring and evaluation. There's no record of physical verifications being conducted. The only way the department can avoid deviation is by introducing proper planning and a proper political leader. It is high time Gauteng Department of Social Development stopped its tendency of budgeting for items in one quarter and implementing them in a later quarter. Furthermore, Deputy Chair, the Auditor General's findings highlight that the department was a defendant in various lawsuits amounting to 124 million in 2023 and 51 million in 2022. It is further concerning to note that SCOPA resolutions on page 130 still remain unresolved. 1,710 payments were not made within 30 days. Every year, the department is clapped by the Auditor General for poor controls, and this year is no different. The Audit Committee stated that they were somewhat satisfied, but the department has internal control deficiencies. We are tired of the department's tactics of trying to hide its competency. The department moved some of its annual performance plans to operations that they said were too many. They use public funds, and the committee has a right to oversight this money. Despite the crippling unemployment rate in the province, there are many vacancies in the department. In addition, 210 EPWP opportunities that could not be filled. That is poor incompetence. 563 contracts out of 1,778 between social work supervisors were not signed. Abnormal appointments at 27. This is unacceptable. Once again, poor management incompetence. Further, the department hired 29 consultants, some of them over R1 million. This is too much. Why don't they build the competencies within the department? There's still a lot of work to be done to achieve operational efficiencies in this department, for which current government has failed and can no longer be trusted, particularly in the leadership of Member Lihlophe. Deputy Chair, I put it to you that Member Lihlophe left a trail of destruction in sports, recreation, arts and culture, and she now wants to destroy social development. And I would like to say to the Premier, because I know he's listening virtually, please keep an eye on this. Otherwise, you've got a Titanic approaching an iceberg with a captain who's singing success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Makwela, you must rework the times. Our gadgets are not really indicating the time. And let me call upon Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, as the EFF, we do not see any reason why these annual reports must be debated in the first place. There is nothing better than the department has ever done positive for the vulnerable black people of this province. The debate will surely be raising issues of main concern, despite the huge budget allocation to this department. Social development should be about promotion of social inclusivity of poor and vulnerable, and by empowering people, building cohesive and resilient societies, and making institutions accessible and accountable to citizens. Social development should not be making our people more dependent on the state. It should be creating necessary conditions for our people to sustain their lives, to be self-sufficient. It is a concern to know that the Department of Social Development was allocated a budget of 5.5 billion rand, and that the monies are still being allocated or redirected in the government to entities within or being looted or reverted to Treasury. There was a whopping amount of 258 million taken from DSD that the department cannot account for. The national DSD had a meeting with a committee somewhere around June telling us about funds that lay dormant in 5 accounts for almost 50 years that were supposed to be used for disaster management that accounted to millions of rands that needed to be merged so that one on board could be formed. But as I learned to know the ruling party, the story had been swept under the carpet. Gender-based violence campaign was launched to fight the scourge of violence against women and children. Has never seen any positive results. Women and children are being victimized and killed. Millions, if not billions of rands had been allocated for this campaign. But there is not a single center in this province that is government run to assist victims of GBV. The department must take a more comprehensive approach to the social development and consider the root causes of the social ills in Gauteng. Funding to NPOs has been reduced in order to loot the state because you all know this will be your last chance to enrich yourselves before next year's elections. It is a known fact that the people with disabilities are not being funded on time, hence the evaluation time, because it is due to time they spent at the doctors to get the documents sorted. People living with AIDS are also people that has to suffer the consequences of receiving late payments, and due to that, medication is not taken in time and no food parcels can be allocated on time. As far as child care protection services is concerned, the department targeted 1,629 people by the end of the quarter under review, but knowing that the number game is being played by the department because not even a quarter of those children was placed in foster care or homes. School uniforms is another issue of serious concern. The MEC told the people of Gauteng in the legislature that she and her team went and distributed 5,000 uniforms to various schools in Gauteng when they opened January 2023. But the probity auditors came and proved it wrong and said there was no school uniforms delivered to the children for 7 years. Who is fooling who? It means the MEC lied to Gauteng. Another area that the department failed dismal is on substance abuse. Speaker, rehabilitation services and centers are not up to standard. The Premier came at the beginning of the year on a wild goose chase and lied about the hundreds and thousands of children will be going to rehabs or treatment, but this pipe dream never materialized. But funds were budgeted for, but nothing materialized. Another way of looting or raising funds for elections. Better you start cleaning your offices because you are not coming back after next year's election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to Honorable Engelbrecht.
Chair of Chairs, this past financial year, this department's legacy will forever be known when support services started its final collapse as NPO after NPO was denied funding. It has been said, the pen is mightier than the sword, and this was proved last year, just before Christmas, when without warning, several well-run NPOs had not received their third quarter funding. I spent hours on the phone trying to get funding organised. In the end, it was the private sector and not the department that stepped up, providing food and electricity to NPOs that had been brought to their knees by a flick of the pen. The DA is clear. Compliance is critical. But when an NPO waits several years from a municipality to get a building plan approved, why should the NPO be punished, especially when it is a well-run NPO providing food, shelter and education for hundreds of children that would otherwise be on the streets? The department's double standards have been proved recently when it was established that a shelter in Pretoria has been receiving over 11 million rand in funding when this shelter does not comply with any building standards. To the contrary, the city of Tshwane has condemned this building as it is not fit for human habitation without running water or sewage facilities. In addition, childcare and protection underspent by almost 25 million rand.
and 1 billion rand in irregular expenditure. MEC, you should be ashamed. With huge fanfare, it needs to be shouted out to the world. With huge fanfare and joy to suffering parents, the Premier announced 157 million rand for substance abuse. And in typical ANC election ploy, only 26 million was spent, leaving 131 million rand meant for this program unspent due to non-availability of beds. Premier, I suggest you check your facts before making these rash, voter-winning statements like writing off Eskom debt. They are backfiring. The DA has been continually highlighting the planning and implementation weakness of this department, confirmed by the AG regarding the continual reprioritization of funds as funding to MPOs were reduced by 41 million, and then the department changed their minds without explanation and gave 20 million rand back. It is time this department becomes responsible and accountable, and this can only happen if run by a DA-led government. I thank you.
Let me now call upon Honourable Miller. You don't appear, but you are on the speakers list. Your 1 minute, Honourable Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Could you switch off your gadgets, Honourable Engelbrecht? Switch off the gadget.
Sorry.
There we go. Deputy Chair, on Social Workers' Day in March this year, Minister of Social Development Lindiwe Zulu stated that according to the National Development Plan, South Africa would need 55,000 social workers by the year 2030. This is around the corner. Currently, we have 22,000 social workers employed in public service. The Gauteng Department of Social Development has correctly identified social welfare services as a critical occupation, but currently has a 9% vacancy rate. Social workers play a vital and dynamic role in our society. Many people and organisations in our province rely on their assistance on a daily basis. The filling of these vacancies, training and attraction of additional social workers should become a priority for this department, and it will go a long way to improving the lives of Gauteng residents. We are only halfway there. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon Honourable Magagula.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier of Gauteng, Honourable members of the Executive Council, Honourable members of the Legislature, Honourable guests and the people of Gauteng. I greet you all. The Department's service delivery agenda is guided by several pieces of legislation, policies and mandates, including the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, National Development Plan, Vision 2030, Medium-Term Strategic Framework 2019-2024, Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, Vision 2030, Growing Gauteng Together, and 10-pillar program of transformation, modernization and reindustrialization. The department delivers its services in an environment marked by high levels of poverty, unemployment and inequality. To respond adequately to these challenges, the department has committed itself through its plans to implement several interventions in the area of social assistance, social welfare and community development services. Deputy Chair of Chairs, in responding to the escalating rate of unemployment, the department contributed to tackle 1 million through the provision of 318 youth internships, 7,222 expanded public work program opportunities, and 16,777 welfare to work opportunities that developed youth potential and linked them to other developmental initiatives. It has also intensified its preferential procurement spend, particularly in townships, and its main beneficiaries were historically disadvantaged individuals, women, youth, and persons with disabilities, whose companies were awarded 32 contracts. Indeed, ours is not to grandstand, but making sure that we deliver to our promises. Siyaqhubeka ke kaloku. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we acknowledge the achievements made by the department in ensuring that the lives of the vulnerable communities are improved. However, we are alive to the challenges encountered by the department. During the financial year under review, a total of 5,151 posts are reported to have been filled against the expected 5,644 posts in accordance with the approved structure. This translates to variance of 493 vacant posts. To further compound the challenge, it is reported that the department experienced a staff turnover of 1,031 employees who left the department during the period under review due to different reasons, with majority under expired contracts, followed by transfers to other public service departments, with resignations being the third top reason. To fill the existing vacancies, it is reported that the department recruited 566 new employees for the period under review, with the majority being on contract positions. Honourable members, in contributing towards GGT Priority 4, Safety, Social Cohesion and Food Security, the department expanded its food security programs in the poorest wards by providing nutritional food parcels through home and community-based care organizations. The department responded with speed to the needs by providing food relief to those most vulnerable, and a total of 193,440 people benefited from these initiatives. Furthermore, the department linked 486 cooperatives to economic opportunities, and this includes the sewing of school uniforms, the packing of dignity packs, laundry services, cleaning, gardening services, and hair salons. Although much has been achieved, as the ANC-led government, we do acknowledge the challenges faced by the department. By way of example, delays in rolling out of dignity packs and implementation of school uniform program, which means for vulnerable children. The department made a commitment to resolve and ensure that allocated budget is spent on those outputs. We hope that those much needed interventions will be readily available at the beginning of 2024 school year, as promised. Deputy Chair of Chairs, in conclusion, we urge all community leaders to mobilize members of their communities to reverse the scourge of GBV. This will entail change of attitudes and norms by the broader society, since some are the byproduct of our upbringing and socialization. Let us all join the international community to say no violence against women and children. Malibongwe, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now let me allow the MEC to respond to the debate. Honourable MEC Hlophe.
Thank you, Chair of the session. If I may just be allowed to respond to the comments that have been made. Perhaps let me thank the comments that have come from members of the legislature, and however correct some of the factual areas that they might have missed. or misconstrued. If I may start with Member Nzeke, who correctly indicates that indeed within 7 years the department had not implemented on what we call our big three tenders, that being the issue of school uniform, the food, and also the dignity packs. But however, she opportunistically only cites the issue of the dignity packs because that one is still in process, but forgets to mention that in fact on the school uniform we have concluded and finalized on it. So in correcting what she was indicating is to further state that indeed in 7 years we have now concluded the school uniform tender, and our children will be going to school with the school uniform provided by the department accordingly, in line with the work that this administration had said it would do. So maybe just to also come to the issue of Member Burdenhost, who I believe probably had not listened properly in the meeting that we had with the probity auditors, is to cite, Chairperson, that what the probity auditors had indicated was to reiterate that the department indeed in a number of years had not concluded on these tenders, which we call the big three. However, in the year under review, what the department then did was to proactively ensure that through deviation we're able to provide school uniform and dignity packs, and that is why we were able to provide the 5,000 packs that were there. Of course, it's not in line with the numbers that we have, but we proactively made sure that we're able to provide. So it's not true that there was a contradiction. I just think you did not hear properly. And that's why I'm just simply indicating that Member Nzeke would have captured what was indicated correctly, but we just needed to cite and indicate that there's been progress in that regard. As it pertains to Member Engelbrecht, who claims that we have made a fanfare of substance abuse and lied to society, allow me to indicate that over 5.7 million individuals have been reached through our substance abuse preventative work. And this has been heightened by dedicating our Fridays to particularly substance abuse related work we're doing within schools through our Gimoja campaign, which we call the Gimoja Fridays work. In addition to that, 49,260 individuals have been taken into our rehabilitation program through our facilities, but also our outbound services. Where she may be correct, and which would be a fair criticism, is to indicate that we have been slow on our infrastructure projects. That is something that we have noted and we have also indicated to the Portfolio Committee. However, to mitigate against that, the department again proactively contacted Clinics, which is a private sector partner, and we have further partnered with SANDF, our South African Defence Force, to mitigate against the slow provision of infrastructure, and it is through these two entities that we have now been able to utilize their facilities. In fact, we are very excited about the SANDF one because it also allows us to create what Premier would have announced on in his Zopa address, where he indicates that our young individuals must not just be rehabilitated and taken through a detoxification, but must undergo skills development. And what we have added on is also discipline as a critical part of that which they're going to be learning. So it is both discipline and patriotism that SANDF is bringing on board. And these are some of the mitigations we have brought forth because we understood that we simply can't keep quiet and not allow work to be done. So that is what we have been able to do. And I think our member, Umam Togo, who has spoken and captured in a frank and an honest manner on the work that has been done. And we are thankful for that because as much as there may be challenges that are still there, much work has been done. And it's not a fanfare, It's not PR. It is indeed the much needed, required work, focus, and energy that has been translated to the work that we are doing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
I would like consideration. Order number 10.
Order number 10, consideration of the Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call upon the Chairperson, Honorable Mokgethi, to present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, for the opportunity once more. If I may request that part of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as tabled by the House. I, Nomathemba Mokgethi, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the committee's annual report on the Department of Social Development annual report for 2022-2023 financial year. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development exercise oversight and scrutiny over the Gauteng Department of Social Development. This includes planning, budgeting, financial management and reporting by the Provincial Department of Social Development in line with the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 1996, the Public Finance Management Act 1999, creates a basis on which oversight by the legislature should be exercised. It clearly outlines areas of service delivery that should be reported on, including the responsibilities of officials and the role of the legislature in cases where reports must be tabled. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the achievements with respect to GOD, responsive budgeting or procurement during the financial year under review, the department managed to provide or procure from women, which translate to 45.72%, youth 16.71%, people with disability 42.62%. The department reported to have spent 100% on EPWP integrated grant, on oversight on the department, GOG empowerment. Deputy Chair of Chairs, during this period under review, the department reported to have conducted HIV/AIDS programs reaching out to 85,758 males, which translate to 35%, 157,657 females, which translate to 65%, undisclosed participants 16 translate to 0%. The department also reported to have reached out to 49,545 youths, which translates to 20%, 2,096% with disability, which translates to 1%. The department further reported to have conducted victim empowerment programs reaching to 133,349 males, which translates to 7%, and 884,51,000 females, which translates to 43%, and 9,669, which translates to 6%, youth, 101,324,000 translates to 5%, and lastly 1,243 persons with disabilities, which translate to 0%. On concerns, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the committee is concerned with the underspending of over 171 million, noting the unending pressure of poverty, unemployment, and skills development gaps. The committee is concerned with the procurement and contract management within Supply Chain Management Unit, whereby some of the goods and services of transactions value over 1 million were procured without inviting competitive bids, and deviations which contravenes Treasury Regulation 16A6.1. The committee is also concerned with the department's regress on the attraction and retention of clinical psychologists, nurses, social workers, social auxiliary workers, and other scarce skills, whilst these are important posts for the mandate of the department. And on recommendations, the department should provide a comprehensive report on the status of unspent funds and whether these funds were surrendered or committed by the 31st of January 2024. The department should provide details of the contracts that were awarded during the year under review without following Treasury Regulation 16A6.1 by the 31st of January 2024. The department to also share on the attraction drive for these skills by the 31st of January 2024. The department should provide a detailed report that demonstrates progress made in clearing the irregular expenditure. The written response is expected by the 31st of January 2024. The department should provide a comprehensive report on the community nutrition services and the allocation thereof. The report should also include detailed information on their names, addresses, and contacts by the 31st of January 2024. On acknowledgement, Chair of Chairs, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Mbali Hlope, and the HOD and officials of the department during the consideration of the annual report. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Honorable Toko Zile Magagula, Honorable Refilo Gekana, Honorable Dolile Dwaba, Honorable Refilo Ntsege, Honorable Beverly Badenhorst, Honorable Brana Vane Engelbrecht, Honorable Jade Miller, and Honorable G. Adams for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberations on the annual report. The committee would also like to thank officials that supports the committee, Mr. Sipho Nwala, Ms. Ruzwe Mpanjwa-Mbalo, Mr. Hlanganani Ngobeni, Ms. Sekina Nenweli, Mr. Lintwit Mutobi, Ms. Nonhlanhla Jikolo, Mr. John Muloi, Ms. Lebogang Mantata, Ms. Thabisile Nzuke, Ms. Dimakatso Ngwenya, Ms. Nomveliso Ntlebi, Mr. Khululekani Ulu, Mr. Michael Makwela, and Ms. Rakisha Singh to their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, after extensive deliberation, the Social Development Committee adopted the annual report of the Department of Social Development for 2022-2023 financial year in accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report.
I rise to second the report, Chair, Deputy Chair of Chair.
Thank you very much. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes. And
Yes.
all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
I now call upon Honorable Rifi.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. It is important to recognize that the department received a clean audit. However, some irregularities need to be attended to. At the Gauteng City Regional Academy, more than 80 employees go to the office only to sign attendance registers while earning 91,193,000 rand salary bill. Meanwhile, GCRA failed to pay stipends to many young people on internships with several TVET colleges across the province. In the previous annual report, the Auditor General recommended that the accounting officer open a case against the CEO who was implicated in the tender fraud, corruption, and maladministration of supply chain management procedures. The following findings were made against the CEO. She removed functions and budgets from managers and centralized them in her office. Irregularities in the appointment of Mr. Y, irregularities in the appointment of company called Tinkele, irregularities in the appointment of company called Data SP to develop an online bursary platform and to provide a structured platform to migrate the bursary information from hard copy to digital. There were irregularities involving the appointment of Edgefield Marketing Pty to host learners for structured workplace learning, the removal of the chief director from the COVID-19 Youth Brigade project, irregularities in the appointment of Black Shepherd for project management of the Youth Brigade. The report compiled by Mankurwane was not provided to the Auditor General, and no copies of the developed policies on internship, bursary, apprenticeship, learnership, and skills program were claimed to have been done. Linote and Tinkele also claimed to have drafted bursary policies. The AG recommended that disciplinary, civil, and criminal action should be taken against the GCRA officials identified in the report. Criminal or civil actions against identified service providers or business entities identified in the report. HOD advises MEC, Treasury, and Auditor General of criminal charges. HOD restricts affected suppliers and directors from the procurement processes. These recommendations were ignored. Currently, GCRA is renting office space, which is not needed and is paid for every month. There is an appointed consulting company operating from these GCRA offices where they have placed young people who are on internship, but no one is mentoring them. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the biggest mistake made by Premier Lesufi was to appoint Member Shilwane to be an MEC for education in the province. He's not the best person for this role. It doesn't inspire confidence. Premier Lesufi himself failed to replace asbestos schools while he was MEC. Instead, he only managed to identify some schools built with asbestos. Look at schools like Nancy Field Primary School, Rastefal Secondary School, Bram Fisher Primary School, Beach Acres Primary School, Simpato Secondary School, Durban Deep Primary School, and Barcelona Primary School, amongst others, which have been on the agenda for more than 5 years. Unfortunately, Gauteng residents will continue suffering because of the MEC's incompetence, and Premier Lesufi is nowhere to be seen to ensure accountability in this crucial department. MEC lacks passion and commitment to the cause. He has never been to more than 20 schools and only visits schools when there's an incident. The Western Cape has built a school within 65 days. MEC Shilwane, please go and find out how it was done. We all know that COVID-19 has disrupted teaching and learning. One major implication was to trim the curriculum. It was thought that MEC Shilwane will bring some energy to the sector, but when he leaves the office next year, it is doubtful that he will even have two things he can claim to have introduced when he was in office. MEC, why are you not launching a recovery program? Why are you not building new schools? You said you will be building 18 schools. Where are these schools? What is the progress to date? In 2019, a few months before the elections, Premier Lesufi, as MEC of Education then, stated that he will be opening a new school every month, if it's not every week. As we speak, there will be no new schools to be built in 2024. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we have officially entered the festive season. However, some parents and learners will never enjoy their holidays because they are uncertain whether they will get a school before 2024 academic year starts next month. They can't buy uniform, they can't budget for transport, and they can't enjoy their holidays. While some schools are full, some have agreed to enroll more learners than the required capacity. However, their experience has seen them being subjected to a rotational learning system because the department failed to honor the promise to deliver additional classrooms. In 2024, I fear that parents will be left with no options but to enroll their children in unregistered and illegally operating schools. When the government fails its mandate, people are open to being exploited by crooks. MEC, we therefore urge you to publicize the list of all registered schools in the province. Please protect the interests of both parents and learners from bogus schools. Some of these schools are not offering a curriculum aligned with the National Curriculum Statement, Curriculum and Assessment Policy Statement, or independent school curriculum. This problem can be mitigated by completing unfinished school projects, building schools within budget and on time, and appointing real service providers instead of comrades or tenderpreneurs who will give kickbacks to a dying political party. There are many closed schools. Why don't we prioritize them and renovate them? They will serve a better purpose than ever increasing mobile classrooms. The department is paying millions of rands to rent schools while many schools with infrastructure are closed. You can't even share the actual amount of 20 schools the department is paying in monthly rentals. And with regard to independent schools, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the annual report mentions that some subsidized schools employ teachers who are not professionally qualified or registered with SACE. It is unclear from the report what action has been taken by the department in such cases. The department should provide more information on the actions they have taken to address this issue and ensure qualified teachers are employed in subsidized schools. The report further mentions that schools found not to be complying with post-registration requirements were served with letters of deregistration. The DA has conducted many oversights and can confirm that there are numerous schools operating illegally. For example, in Ward 15 in Johannesburg, there are more than 13 schools which are operating illegally using fake documents. Parents don't know that these schools are not registered with the department. The report highlights that the department managed to exceed the target of 123,000 subsidized learners in independent schools, recording 136,000 learners in subsidized independent schools. However, the department has not clarified how effective the utilization of resources is with the increased number of learners in these schools. And with regard to public special schools, the report mentions the department's efforts to promote 15 access to special school programs, but it is silent on any specific interventions made to upgrade the service offering of special schools in townships. The department should provide details on the specific interventions that were undertaken to upgrade the service offering in township schools, particularly focusing on Itereleng Special School, Thabo Vuyo Special School, Renoti Special School, and Atola Special School. The report states that the department achieved 2 out of 3 planned targets in terms of its annual performance plan. However, it highlights the non-achievement in terms of the employment of therapists and specialist staff due to schools not being able to attract and recruit targeted personnel within the sector. Here are funded vacancies that are still not being filled. When we look at early childhood development, based on the information provided, here are some concerns regarding annual report. The report mentions that some schools received and installed new outdoor equipment prototypes, but it does not provide any specific details or names of these schools. The report indicates that there was underspending leading to the reallocation of funds from compensation for employees to ensure that all planned targets are achieved. The department should elaborate on the mitigation measures they put in place to address the underspending and ensure that future targets are met. The report mentions that grade R learners with learning difficulties were screened to identify barriers, but it does not provide any information on the number of learners screened. The department should provide data on the number of learners who were screened for early identification of learning barriers. This will help in assessing the effectiveness of the screening process and extent of support being provided to learners. The report doesn't provide any information on the backlog of learners who need further assessment for learning barriers. The department should report on the current backlog and steps being taken to address it, ensuring timely assessment and support for learners with barriers to learning. In terms of school safety, there are so many cases of bullying, violence, and food poisoning in our schools. There's no integrated strategy for vetting vendors, inspecting kitchen facilities, or ensuring that the quality of food prepared for the learners. When we look 10 years later, after the department published norms and standards for public school infrastructure, we still have many schools without libraries, laboratories, without electricity, without running water, without safe toilets, without enough classrooms, schools which is still using asbestos structures, and schools with no sporting facilities. While the department has failed to spend 466 million rand, and this money could have been used to improve the teaching and learning environment. Gauteng residents will get the government of their choice next year. The writing is on the wall. They deserve to be served by dedicated and passionate public representatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call upon Honorable Masilela.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. Speaker,
the Economic Freedom Fighters is concerned that the Department of Health constituency has been underspending when measured over 5 years budget cycle. Funds that should have been utilized to refurbish or provide additional schools and reduce the backlog. Programs 1 to 7 underspend their budget collectively to the detriment of the people of Gauteng. The more importantly, the learners, this is evident in how the department constituency fails to comply with the supply chain management process relating to school nutrition, school furniture tenders, event management services, and retrospective repairs service tenders. Honorable members, we must never forget that this department has failed to open criminal cases against all students and officials implicated in fraud, mismanagement of funds, corruption in the procurement of the tenders and appointment. This has meant that Gauteng learners continue to suffer without much needed learning material, while the GDE drags its feet to finalize all the cases regarding procurement and financial misconduct. The MEC has dismally failed to address the defrauding of the Rangefield Graduate Institute by the student over 65,000. The mismanagement of 400,000 at Teresa Park Primary School, the removal of functions of budget from management into personal office, Gauteng City Region Academy CEO for her personal gain. The irregular staff appointment at Mayfield Primary School where no receipts were recorded of money received at the school. The mismanagement of 2 million at Merridale Primary School. The payment of ghost staff members' salaries and mispresentation of Ipiboman Primary School. The mismanagement of funds at Bukamoso Primary School and the theft of laptops and computers by staff members at General Bayers. The EFF remains only vanguard of justice for our learners, as our school cannot continue to be administered by the criminals under the protection of a corrupt government led by the African national criminals. The ANC-minded speaker, we are justified in saying this because this corrupt department under the stewardship of the MEC Panyaza Lesufi sold the land, including the school and infrastructure of the Phoenix High School to the Setgas groups and companies for the meager sum of 650,000, and consultation with the school governing body revealed irregularities in the sale of state-owned land and possibly corruption. MEC Chilwane, despite all evidence presented to this GDE, Phoenix High School remains in a particular situation, and nothing has been done to investigate potentially serious crimes related to this bogus sale. The lack of attention to this matter and many other similar matters across the province. In fact, this department views issues of non-fee schools and the educational needs to hundreds of unprivileged school children as less important and then encourage white monopoly capitalists. Understanding that infrastructure is an integral part of learning and has been impact of learning outcomes confirming the socio-economic rights. The crisis in the Gauteng public school system must be placed solely on government feet. A child dying from bullying, contaminated food, and unhygienic environment in the schools are the fault of the ANC government that does not prioritize its immediate service delivery goals for all citizens, including the children, and claims to educate for a for a better future, it is this corrupt ANC government that must account for failing and support public school for not unfolding the right of access to quality education. MEC continued disorganization and failure to interminate and departmental dependencies and capacity has manifested in the inability to deliver on infrastructure projects. Many schools in this province do not have adequate opposition facilities or even classrooms to accommodate all their learners. Instead, learners are treated like sadness and packed into classroom at overwhelmed education to the degree that adequate service and skills are not provided to learners. School safety is a permanent issue that is department regularly ignores while shifting responsibility to departments like DSD, MEC Chulani. The rise of sexual misconduct cases in Gauteng schools is not a joke. Over the past of 5 years, about 300 cases were reported nationally, and 173 cases were recorded in Gauteng alone. Understanding that schools are not meant to safe havens for learning and teaching. No child should be abused, led astray, and betrayed upon by malicious adults. The sexual misconduct at your school, Jimistin, and many other township schools in Soweto and Tshwane, respectively speaks to a larger concern of sexual misconduct in schools environment. The failure of this department is such its target under Program 4 relating to a number of therapists. Staff in public schools trained to deal with safety and security is inadequate, and this department fails to comprehend that even sexual harassment, misconduct, and bullying, amongst others, is one of the many branches of GBV and should be taken seriously. We remain hopefully in your plans to implement the EFF programs to ensure universal access and compulsory enrollment to ECD. For all the children of Gauteng, this department must intensively deal with the issue around the many more children who are unregistered ECD centers with infrastructure, nutrition program, option defeased, under-trained ECD teachers, and lack of institutional capacity and funding. Honorable Speaker, the EFF engaged with a picket to Gauteng Department of Education at the beginning of the year against this exclusion over 2,000 learners from accessing schools. Learners, mainly grade 1 and grade 8, prospect found themselves without schools due to the failed online registration system. Despite the department having committed to finding placement for all learners, this online system of the department constitutionally present all crises for parents and learners, wherein on a whereby basis we are faced with a disaster, wherein learners are faced with a possibility of spending the whole year without accessing a classroom and their right to
In conclusion,
education. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now let me call upon Honorable Munyai.
The Honorable Chair,
Njongwe, can you switch off
Madam
your gadgets?
Speaker in absentia, Honorable Premier, Honorable MEC, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable members and the people of Gauteng in the gallery. Nenduna la. Honorable Chairperson, I'm indeed humbled and privileged for the opportunity to participate in this important debate for 2022-2023 Gauteng Department of Education annual report debate. This is to assess the impact and progress of the African National Congress programs implemented by the department under the stewardship of Honorable MEC Matumeshilwane. I rise to congratulate the energetic, hardworking Honorable MEC Matumeshilwane, who infused powerful energy for achieving the outstanding clean audit opinion after the period of 13 years of the history of Gauteng Department on Education and Youth Development. And the audit outcome, Honorable Chair, was and still aligned with the Auditor General culture shift strategy and making an impact with respect to the service delivery on the ground to our people as a whole in the education sector. Honorable Chairperson, I saw the National Association of the School Governing Bodies in the gallery, the people of Gauteng, izinduna, abozimpande, ogatsheni boyabenyati, omshengu, dongalamavuzo, ngokuzithoba okukhulu, sanibonani, siyabonga, siyanconcoza ngokuthi nikhona kulomhlangano obalekile. Abazali bami ogogo nomkhulu abakhona, imali yasehulumeni isetshenziswa kahle ngendlela efanelekile. Ngomhlonishwa umphathi wazemfundo unomzana ubaba uMatumeshilwane. Asibonge kuleyo ndawo. Honorable Chair, this day, the 3rd of December 1988, our liberation hero and ex-combatant of the Mkhonto weSizwe, the generation of 1962, a diplomat and chief representative of the ANC in Algeria, both to the United Nations and the OAU, and the ANC head of the International Relations, Commander Johnston Johnny Mfana Futhi Baba Makhathini, passed on at Lusaka in Zambia. Baba Makhathini, Honorable MEC Matumeshilwane, uyasebenza kakhulu ngendlela eyisimanga. The ANC and the MEC open up the doors of learning and culture wider. Baba Makhathini siyaqhuba la ekhaya. The dictum that the education shall be free, compulsory and universal and equal for all children remain the objective reality for the African National Congress under the radar of the MEC Matumeshilwane. Therefore, through the Bella Bill before our portfolio committee as outlined by the Freedom Charter, education shall be free, compulsory, universal and equal to all children. In this regard, your Freedom Charter of Makhathini will be fully implemented as a lodestar and the living document since it was adopted by over 2,600 people in Kliptown. To understand the progress made by the ANC and the ANC MEC, Ubaba Matumeshilwane, responsible for education and youth development, you need to wear scientific lenses, outlook, orientation. There you will see evidence, reasons, facts, logic, why the Honorable MEC Chilwane successfully made stride in all 7 programs, way above and beyond the people of Gauteng expectation and satisfaction. Honorable members, to understand our achievement, you must understand Utata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela and the old Marxist Karl Marx, respectively, on the education. The ANC-led MEC on education and youth development is unlocking the energy and the creativity of Gauteng young people to address their own educational expectation. Let's come to the Marxist, oldest Marxist, Karl Marx. He said the following, I quote, "The essential to educate the educator himself and to propel the education as a key to the prospects of the working class," close quote. And I'm sure only Marxists, if you studied free market fundamentalism and capitalism, you will not understand this Marxism. Because Marxism is a bit complex to the audience on the other side of the table. Let's rather take you home by the ANC first commander-in-chief of the MK and the first democratic president, Utata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. I say all these things that one on the other side table, you don't claim Madiba to belong to because he belonged to the ANC. You imprison him for more than 27 years. I quote, Honorable Chair, open quote, "Education is the great engine of personnel development. It is through education that the daughter of the peasant can become a doctor, that the son of the mine worker can become the head of the mine, that the child farm worker can become the president of the great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from one another," close quote. As part of the mobilization, you claim Tata Madiba because the people will not understand the message, with relate to the improvement of the quality of education. Though the ANC leadership, with respect to the Department of Education and Youth Development, achieved the highest standard of the audit outcome called Clean Audit, the first of its kind, those that on the other table will never appreciate this progress. The ANC, through the MEC, open up, as I said, the quality and innovation through resourcing and positioning the 31 schools of specialization, teaching our learners to equip them for the world of tomorrow. These schools of specialization also provide, Honorable Chair, comprehensive education that cover other subjects. We commend the Honorable MEC Chilwane for the fact that learners from all backgrounds, especially the majority who are poor, from informal settlement, township and hostels, have access to the quality of education in Gauteng. Accordingly, I must emphasize that the African National Congress and Honorable MEC Chilwane attach the great importance to the development of the quality of education. To this degree, the Honorable MEC positioned the School of Specialization to be linked to the new world of the fourth industrial revolution through coding and robotics, UAVs, these unnamed vehicles, unnamed vehicle, underpinned by programming and algorithm that is laying the basis for the strong foundation of artificial intelligence to foster a new generation capable learners of shouldering the mission and the spirit of the Constitution of the Republic and the Development Plan, Vision 2030. This is important. Education is a right as enshrined within the Constitution. The committee also noted that I'm moving in 30 minutes, but education is a fundamental task of the MEC, not to manage the coherent education systems to the satisfaction of the people of Gauteng, the learners and the educators. In this regard, GDE has established, as I said, 31 SOS with plans to launch 14 in the next financial year. In this regard, the portfolio committee...
Yeah, can I correct that? He has 30 minutes allocated. So it was the system, we need to arrange the system for that 30. They put him at 15 minutes, but it's 30 minutes.
Oh, asbong ngisaqhuba nje. Yeah. So portfolio committee education. Sike sahlangana nabahlonishwa lapha be-DBSA abadileya ukwakha izikolo zakithi. Siyathemba ukuthi nomzana uMatumeshilwane usaxoxisana nabaholi be-DBSA ukuthi le izikolo ezibahlulayo zibuye ekhaya zi-implementwe nje kahle nje. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the people of Gauteng really appreciate the skill development, which is the heart in all aspects of the ANC, and the MEC plans and ANC manifesto, people's commitment for both learners, educators, and parents. In this regard, the MEC ensured that qualified educators further receive some training or developmental training with respect to capacity building on the leadership through the Matthew Goniwe School Leadership Institute. More than ever before, the question of leadership is much more needed, not only at a coherent and ecosystem of our department. Accordingly, the African National Congress is at the heart to achieve universal access for 2 years of the ECDs, which all of you honorable members, you know that ECD has been migrated from the social department to the Department of Education and Youth Development. And this objective, this 2 years of compulsory quality preschool enrollment for the 4 and 5 years old before the grades 1, as I said, the Bella bill is on site to further, to allow the portfolio committee further engagement. Abahlali base-Gauteng, thina asikhulumi kakhulu. Sikhuluma amaqiniso la and siyaqhuba. In this regard, the period under review, the ACD functioned successfully, as I said to you, with resulting to the 1,401 primary school offering grade R and 127,268 learners. The department conducted ECD roadshows across the length and breadth of the province. And we must say that the objective of that process was to help 3,200 practitioners to complete the grade R numeracy and literacy improvement program. Almost 500 practitioners receive this pre-grade R NQF level 4 further education and training certificate. This is a fundamental progress by the African National Congress-led department. But maybe it is important that the department to undertake a fiscal verification of almost, in fact, they took fiscal verification of 2,087 schools during each term of the academic year to consistently monitor readiness of the school, of teaching and learning, and further assess the level of accountability by the management, the principal. The department recorded overachievement of the target of the school that can be contacted electronically, wherein 2,213 schools complied with the submission data. Maybe we must go to program 2 because I was dealing with the issues of administration with regard to public ordinary school education. We call it POS. In this regard, the department received final appropriation of 43,216,715,000. So, and they spent all the money. That indicates that POS utilized 100% allocated budget. So we must say that with regard to Program 3, because we must be scientific, logical, and demonstrate this evidence. With regard to total allocation of the independent school, they received what is this? It's 1,099,448,000, and they've spent all the money, indicating 99.9% of the funds received were spent. We're not returning money to the treasury or imagining to govern like others if they think of the next year. With regard to the Program 4, let me just go to this critical one. Public special school education, we can say that they allocated 4,495,000,000 plus, and as they spend all that money, which really demonstrate 97%. Which Department of Education and Youth Development doesn't perform? Which energy that doesn't exist with this really scientific outcome that is very progressive? And again, with regard to Program 5, which is closer to my heart, that one of early childhood development received all over 2 billion and allocation, and they spend over 2 billion, and indicating that what expenditure of 98.9%. The Department of Education and Youth Development don't return money to Treasury, unlike any other municipality of Tshwane, I don't know where. With regard to this other program, again, that is closer to my heart, and I'm sure to the heart of all members of the Portfolio Committee, relating to the infrastructure development, we must say that over 2 billion has been spent, received and spent, which represent the 100% of the budget. Do you doubt the energy of the MEC? No. We are moving forward. And Program 7, related to the service received, the money received, and they spend all of it, and I can say we're at 98.1% under the year review. This represents an achievement and progress in this department. The MEC in the plans to prioritize policies and strategies targeting the achievement of the quality teaching, learning outcomes by enhancing the skill and comprehensive educators, including the school management team comprising of the school principal, deputy principal, and the subject head, through the great support of the department. As said, Matthew Goniwe and Saibono, they are playing a significant role in this regard, respectively. Okay, the focus of the ANC and the MEC is toward achieving quality of education while improving access. This is consistent with the ANC manifesto, people's commitment. The learners from the township, hostel, informal settlements have access to education here in Gauteng, and the delivery of learning support material such as the e-books on the tablets with respect to content to learners. This is a breakthrough to leapfrog on the ICT, information communication technology, geared for the quality of education. It all started here in Gauteng under the leadership of the ANC. Nowhere else. If they come, they're just following, maybe it's copycat, we don't know. Appreciating the importance of digital literacy in the 21st century, we have prioritized investment in the information and communication technology and with respect to e-learning. Our commitment to bridging the digital divide has resulted in the successful integration of technology into the learning environment, providing learners with access to resource, online learning platforms, blended learning opportunities by distributing ICT devices in the full ICT schools of specialization and selected non-fee paying school. This intervention by the MEC, it's really, we're feeling the impact. I was saying earlier that the AG, culture shift strategy, want us to see the impact of service delivery. Out of this achievement, we are able to see the impact of service delivery. The onboarding and mediation program targets school management, teams, teachers, and the learners. With regard to 2023 National Senior Certificate Examination, the department well-structured examination process with integrity as a result demonstrated the solid assessment system, initiated confidence in our learners, and maintain high education standard and the spirit as they're going to write the exam. May we wish them the best of success. I already wish them the message on the beginning on this one. With regard to the learners who are differently able, I don't like, Honorable Chair, to use the word disability, because from the ANC we believe that each and every human being is able. But in this regard, they are differently abled. I think disability is just a little bit of disrespect in the context of this debate. We regard this, as I said, the Randburg Clinic School of unveiled new classroom on the World Autism Awareness Day, enabling continued individualized educational program and therapeutic support for more learners with autism spectrum disorder. Siyaqhuba eGauteng. So we are enabling learners to pursue their passions, develop expertise in areas such as science and technology, arts and culture, entrepreneurship. We have those schools of specialization. The institution provides a nurturing environment where learners can thrive, ensuring that they can foster a diverse range of skills that will drive our nation's economy. Honorable Chair, in our pursuit of offering the quality of education, we recognize the importance of the school safety and youth development. We have invested comprehensively with regard to safety measures, ensuring that the schools are not havens for criminal and drugs abuse. And in this regard, the issues of intimidation, bullying, lead to suicide to a lot of our learners. This must be stopped, as MEC Matume Chilwane brought about again, Ukai Mula. So this program is a very interesting program. The honorable members in blue cannot see the bursaries, over 3,000 of them given to youth. You know, the blind cannot be opened by me, but they can only be assisted with sign language. No, listen, Manier. Don't just jump when I'm speaking here. No, just keep quiet here. The men in blue, they'll continue to blind and continue to attack the ANC because they are opposed to all this progressive achievement made under the ANC leadership. Amandla. Thank you.
Yeah, let me call upon the MEC and Tate Chilwane to respond to the debate. MEC Chilwane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Nai. Thank you to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, the Honorable Minai has been able to capture very well the work that we're doing as the portfolio, as the Department of Education in the province, and the quarter under review. And he has been able to demonstrate the amount of work that we've been doing quite correctly and succinctly. Honorable members from the other side, the blue, they tend to ignore facts before them most of the time. And yet the truth is before them. So therefore, the Chair, without really repeating what the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mnyai, what is important to note is the amount of work that you have done to bring about a stable department being able to be accountable for the budget, and yet that was demonstrated by the outcomes of the AG. And secondly, to ignore the amount of work that we've done with regard to the launch of specialization, together with other programs, being able to implement that under what we call reorganizations of schools. That includes the twinning, that includes multi-certification, which till this day it's a game changer, which has not been, no one has ever done it. That includes the other province where the honorable members with the blue tend to believe that it's performing. They've not been able to achieve what we have achieved with the multi-certification. The beauty about this program, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, is that a child will receive certification of a skill from grade 1, as opposed to a child spending 12 years of their life in just to receive one national senior certificate at the end of grade 12. They'll be receiving a certification of one skill or the other. From grade 1, they'll have 12 other certification after they conclude grade 12. And that is a serious game changer that the Department of Education in Gauteng has been able to do. That includes, furthermore, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I would want to speak around the amount of work that we have done with regard to youth development, just to add part of that responsibility. And that includes how we're able to work and support the NASI-SPAN program led by the Honorable Premier with not only the 7,000 solar technician program, but furthermore, we've done, because of the new responsibility of an ECD, based on our consultation process as a department, we have been able to further take another 2,500 young people into an ECD program, because we know that for the longest of time, ECDs have not been receiving necessary attention, if I could lack of a better word. We've taken a step forward with ECD, where we are training 2,500 ECD practitioners to ensure that because we move with an understanding that if we get it right at ECD level, we'll get it right everywhere, based on the research and data. So, Honorable Chair of Chairs, without saying much, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity once more. And thank you to the honourable members, especially the portfolio chair, for being able to demonstrate and really explain the amount of work that we've been doing as a department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC, for responding to the debate. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to call the chairperson, but in this case, the onus is on you. You can move to the concerns, the recommendations, the acknowledgement, or you can table the entire report. I'm saying this because there's been debated already, but the onus is on you. You can go through out the entire report and make a presentation. But you are on the floor, Honorable Mnyai.
Honorable Chair, I think at this point in time, I don't want really to duplicate the reports, because the people of Gauteng, which have a great attachment to the Education Portfolio Committee activities. They understood the message of the both reports as they were earlier tabled. But all I want to say is that all the achievement that we have made remains a beacon of hope for this department. But I must say that I must acknowledge, as I said, Honorable Chair, that the content of the report that I will not read, it must be considered as read. I must say that with regard, I want to focus on the recommendation, Honorable Chair, on the recommendation rather than going to town with the issues. Concern, they're part of the work. So let me go to recommendation. That with regard to EPC QGDE 001, the committee recommends that the department provide a progress report with respect to 2024 academic year learner enrollment through the online system of grade 1 and 8. They already done that, but I'm saying that those that are slow, they still need it, but the department will provide that. And the committee recommends that the department work closely with the Department of Community Safety on how best the learners can be protected from the risk of food poisoning and should ensure that the vendors and vetted accordingly. The department to provide committee with the report on all reported incidents in this regard. So let me thank the Honorable MEC Chilwane and the Senior Acting Superintendent General with regard to this report, and also thank I can't thank myself because I have to thank the other honorable members, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Ramdifo, Honorable Dos Santos, and Honorable Masilela, Honorable Alberts, Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this. They are working very hard because there's no time for relaxing. We are working very hard together and we are moving forward. The Portfolio Committee would want to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Me Suziwe Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Manuel, Senior Coordinator Megaya, Committee Coordinator who is actively involved, Ntate Mashilwane, Committee Administrator Kekana, Researcher Ntate Makura, and all the team that are here, as listed in the report. Re a leboga go menagane because lena le rona re bereka together to achieve the quality of education and conduct robust oversight over the executive without fear or favor. With regard to the adoption, Honorable Chair, I must say in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee really still recommend that this report of the Gauteng Department of Education report for the financial year 2023-24 financial year be considered in this House, taking into account the concern and the proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you very much. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you. Let me get a seconder. Any seconder to the report?
So, Speaker, that does not work.
Honorable
I
Mude.
rise to second.
Thank you very much.
But
now,
also, Chairperson, can the table there correct the time?
yeah, they are working on that one.
Yeah.
I indicated.
Sure.
Yeah, let me now pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
And those who are not in
Yes.
favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, debate on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the order there should be correct. We have Honorable Engelbrecht as the one who starts as the first in the speakers list. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, looking at this annual report, the department's role in driving economic growth as well as job creation is highly questionable. This 22-23 financial year, they received an unqualified audit report due to irregular expenditure amounting to 2.4 million, of which 426,000 was spent by the Agricultural Chief Directorate, irregularly appointing 28 graduates. And it must be mentioned that this delegation resides with the HOD. Secondly, 5.5 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure, plus losing a 3.5 million breach of contract court case. In previous years, 86 million irregular expenditure and 6.5 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure, all highlighted by the Auditor General. Of this year's budget of 1.125 billion, 89% was spent. And listen carefully, only 60% of the 166 million conditional grant was spent. Over 114 million rand was returned to Treasury, with most of this coming from the Agricultural and Rural Development Programme, funds that should have assisted farmers with things like boreholes and fencing. 22 million was returned from environment that could have made a huge difference in ensuring landfill sites and reducing waste in our waterways. Now, Deputy Chair of Chairs, this department loves the figure 0. 0 smallholders were commercialised. 0 hectares of land were released for agricultural production. 0 agricultural land was allocated to farmers, youth or women. 0 agri-parks were established. 0 hectares of agricultural land was rehabilitated. No feasibility study for regional integrated waste facility was conducted, also a 0. The Suikerbos Rand commercialisation project failed. 95 waste recycling cooperatives were not formalised. EIA applications were not finalised. The Gauteng Waste Minimisation Regulation was not promulgated, and the information system was not updated with correct data. The standardised cost reflective tariff model was not developed. The department battles to buy from disabled groups. Only 12% of grain producers were supported, and 23%, wow, of the planned agricultural infrastructure projects were established. Now let's listen to their reasons why this happened, why all these zeros. Non-responsive tenders that had to be re-advertised. Why? I ask why. Delayed business plans, delays in service provider appointments, non-delivery from service providers. These are recurring over years and years. Delays experienced in finalising funding negotiations and in name reservations. DBSA, the implementing agent, again dragging its feet on tenders with several projects not being completed at year end. So why don't we terminate this agreement and find a new implementing agent? Provincial network not accessible for applications. Failure in obtaining Treasury approvals. Lack of internal controls regarding procurement and the IDMS system, and contract management failing. And it carries on and on, books full. In spite of this terrible performance, listen carefully again, 56% of this budget goes towards personnel salaries.
Deputy Chief Chairs, I've been in business my whole life, and if I was a board member of this organisation, I would start firing from the top
in
down.
conclusion,
It is clear there are many problems with the total lack of adaptability, planning, execution and negotiating skills with external stakeholders. There is a vulnerability in the department's ability.
your time is up, Honourable
I got an extra
Engelbrecht.
minute, Deputy Chair. I got an extra minute.
No, you don't have.
I did. We applied for an extra minute. There is a lack
Oh, yeah.
of planning
Okay.
and execution and negotiating skills with external stakeholders. You can keep on shouting. The truth is the truth. There is a vulnerability in the department's ability to respond to unforeseen obstacles and learn from past experiences and adjust strategies accordingly. Only the DA can turn this around with effective and passionate management system. You've made
Your extra
You've made a
minute.
mess.
Your extra minute is over.
And with continuous monitoring
can you-
and improvement, only
your
the
time
DA
is up,
can
Honourable.
make the change. I
Your
thank
time is
you.
up. Yeah, she applied for extra 1 minute, but it's up. Honourable McKenna.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm debating on behalf of Ms. McKenna. We must stop it. Speaker, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, like many other departments in the GPG, has failed in its constitutional mandate to deliver agricultural services on a qualitative and economic level with efficiency and professionalism par excellence. We are saying this because the department has done nothing to meaningfully change the lives of black farmers in Gauteng, whose number is continuously on the rise. This department has no viable programs for black farmers who are already working and producing to take their products to the markets. The department, as we have been saying for the past years, has no real strategy for agro-processing, primary farming and related sectors. Speaker, we are saying this because the department considerably underspent in one of its core mandates in the previous financial year, 2022-2023, Programme 2, Agriculture and Rural Development, a program that remains a key in agricultural development in this province, saw an underspending amount to 91.3 million. As the EFF, we want to place it on record that for the past year, since this useless ANC government has been in power, it has never shown any political will to serve this very same people. It purports to care for 91.3 million in a very huge amount to just remain unspent. Yet they continue to ask for more funding each year. Speaker, for the department to provide
Let's pause for order. Just there is an order that is there. Honourable Ngube, just hold on.
What is the order for? The order, sit down when I say order.
You are not prepared to tell us to sit down.
Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the parliamentary, to say useless and referring to people. It was firstly said by Honourable Simang, now it is here.
Can I continue, Speaker?
Yeah, let's get the order. Let's get the order correct.
They need attention. You must help them. They need attention.
You cannot all speak.
They must consult the dictionary.
We can't all speak. Can we keep quiet?
It's not useful.
Can we keep quiet?
Consult the dictionary.
Can we keep quiet? Honourable Honourable Banderhorst,
Can I carry it on?
Yeah.
have you said it's useless?
So useless is only a word.
It's not
Can they tell us the meaning of useless? Let them give us the meaning of useless.
Yeah.
Then
it's not useful.
We'll refer that
Yeah, please,
for, and then from there we'll come
Chair.
back to this when we
Chair.
move on. So make sure that you go on and complete on this.
Please, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue, Chair?
Yes.
Speaker. Out of desperation for votes, your Premier is even lying to the people that through his interventions, Eskom has agreed to cancel all electricity debts in Gauteng municipalities. Eskom has refuted that. You are liars of note. For the past 29 years, there's nothing tangible. The department can proudly confirm that it has done for most bread farmers, especially smallholder producers, except lip service. Earlier in this year, we rejected budget vote 1 because they are always underspending the allocated budget. Yet they always ask for more money.
Yeah.
Speaker, we do not know why we should be engaging in this debate for this annual report. It is just a waste of time because no consequence management is going to take place for any wrongdoing. We have been debating underspending for many years, litigation against the department, irregular expenditure as well as a wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Nothing has ever happened to anyone. You are all in comfort zones. For the financial year alone, irregular expenditure amounts to 2.4 million. Then what next? Nobody will be held accountable. Litigation against the department amounts to 118.3 million. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure is 5.5 million, including interest. If the Auditor General concludes that no effective steps were taken to prevent wastage with this department, then the case must be closed and implicated individuals must face the music and be charged. Speaker, we think all of you in this August House are aware by now how decisive the EFF is when dealing with ill discipline and mediocrity. We are a truly government in waiting to sort out the mess that the ANC single-handedly created for this country. Start packing your bags and be ready to forget after the next year's election.
In conclusion,
we have thought that the new Premier will take extraordinary steps to prevent the mess in the department and many others in the GPG. However, we are surprised anyway because he also was bred from the same political home. Speaker, we went to place on record that the department continues to promote white dominance of the agricultural sector when they have all the power to amend and act laws through the majority power
your time is up.
Government.
Your time is up. Can you sit down?
And advancement of
sit down, honourable member.
Word compensation.
Your time is up.
Your time is up. Government will be very useful. Thank you.
Now call upon Honourable Miller.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Gauteng is drowning in pollution. Our waterways, community parks, open areas and living spaces are all suffering. As a province, we face many diverse environmental challenges, including air and water pollution, waste management issues and rapid urban expansion. Protecting the environment is a collective responsibility that involves individuals, communities, businesses and all spheres of government. Addressing pollution will require regulatory measures, sustainable practice and public awareness. While climate change, invasive species, mining activities and some agricultural practice contribute to pollution, illegal dumping and inadequate waste management are the core contributors in Gauteng. Our rivers and open areas are littered as a result of improper waste disposal of solid waste-like plastics and other non-biodegradable materials. Industrial waste, including chemicals and other harmful byproducts, are causing harm to residents and the environment. Gauteng municipalities do not have the resources to deal with the scourge of illegal dumping. Many of our dump sites are full or nearing capacity, and we are running out of space to dump legally. This has resulted in many residents and businesses resorting to dumping wherever they find an open space. Some closed sites have even been illegally reopened by cartel-like groups who are charging residents to dump illegally, and they set fire to these sites to create more space, creating toxic clouds of air pollution. There is a dire need to develop and enforce proper waste disposal and recycling practices for households, business and industry. The township waste collection and disposal system urgently needs to be addressed. Otherwise, these areas will be overrun with waste and the many side effects associated with it, such as disease, rodent infestation and ground contamination. This is where our green scorpions will play a crucial role in investigating environmental offences, monitoring compliance and, most importantly, enforcing environmental laws. However, this department is riddled with unfilled vacancies and is not capacitated to deal with their responsibilities. A fully capacitated Green Scorpions is the province's first line of defence against pollution, and we should prioritise this if we are serious about preserving our environment. Many of the wastewater treatment plants in our municipalities are leaking copious amounts of untreated sewage into our waterways. Gauteng municipalities need to prioritise investing in infrastructure, including upgrading and maintaining our wastewater treatment facilities. This will ensure decontamination of our waterways and improve environmental well-being. As the late Nobel Prize winner and founder of the Greenbelt movement, Wangari Maathai said, "The environment and the economy are both sides of the same coin. If we cannot sustain the environment, then we cannot sustain ourselves." I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dos Santos.
Deputy Chief Chairs, I took his time. Thank you.
Okay, on the floor. Yeah, you are on the floor. Oh, yeah.
I took his minute, Deputy
Oh, that's
Chair.
fine. Let me move to Honourable Ndlovana.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, Honourable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, Honourable members of the Legislature and the people of Gauteng. Honourable Chair of Chairs, let me borrow the wisdom words from our Freedom Charter. I quote, "The land shall be shared amongst those who work it," close quote. This implies that the agriculture, rural development and environment become a key sector that need an urgent attention to contribute for the development of our country, particularly Gauteng province. I'm humbled today to debate the annual performance report of the Provincial Department on Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment, noting that this department has a clear mandate of providing comprehensive agriculture and food security support service across the boundaries of Gauteng province to the poor and vulnerable people in society at large, with intention to achieve National Development Plan Vision 2030. Deputy Chair of Chair, the Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development also responded positively to the clarion call of the Premier of Gauteng to growing Gauteng together, our road map to 2030 with intention to address provincial growth and development strategy of the Gauteng City region, which is intact and is at an advanced stage for socio-economic transformation agenda to improve food security and agricultural opportunity to all people of Gauteng. Honourable members, our goal has always been to provide decent agricultural food security and thrive to transform agricultural sectors for all the people of Gauteng to have dignified and sustainable livelihood to most poor and the working class by providing them with agricultural opportunity. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Department of Agricultural, Rural Development and Environment has established information and technology transfer platform and channels towards the implementation of its strategies
in contributing to the assistance and development of the agri-food sector, particularly smallholders farming. This is important in the creation of an environment for identification and selection of appropriate technologies for the smallholder farmers and the agri-food sectors to continue to create jobs and increase the agricultural contribution to the GDP. On research and development strategy, which is part of the feasibility study. Deputy Chair of Chair, ANC-led government complement the department to host agricultural research symposium where agricultural research presentations are made. For purpose of transfer of technology and development are taking place. The presentations are made to various stakeholders, including farmers, to share the research results and technology with potential to help in the improvement of the agri-food value chain. From 2015 to date, the department, through its research partners, including the Agricultural Research Council, University of South Africa, National Agricultural Marketing Council, published numerous scientific papers in various scientific journals as part of its mandate of technology transfer in line with the Gauteng Agricultural Research Agenda Development Policy, as part of people to read so that they should know what the research is saying in terms of smallhold farming. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department further will continue in this term of administration for 2023-2024 financial year to direct its effort towards commissioning of research, the collection, presentation, dissemination, and transfer of technology to the agri-food stakeholders and smallholder farmers. This will be done through easily accessible platforms and channels such as Agricultural Research Symposium Demonstration Trial Unit, Agricultural Technology Seminar, visitation of farmers to the Centers of Excellency, printed and publication of research findings in line with the transformation, modernization, and redistribution agenda of the Gauteng 10-pillar program. Honorable members, with the growing use and availability of agricultural information and communication technology and the emergency of the fourth industrial revolution, the department will assist the agri-food stakeholders, including SMMEs, agri-packs, and smallholder farmers with digital solutions such as farm planning application, agricultural information management solution, and special technology tools. These solutions and tools are envisaged to help the agri-food stakeholders and farmers to improve their farming operation, increase yield and income. Honorable members, the protection of the high potential agricultural land remain a critical factor in Gauteng province, where competition for limited land is high. It is on this basis that the department ensures that protection of the high potential agricultural land remain an integral part of the spatial development planning. The Gauteng Agricultural Potential Atlas will continue to be used as a tool to guide and assist in decision-making for the land use planning and management process in line with the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act and Conservation Agricultural Resource Act. The increase in water scarcity and competition amongst water users and the growth in population calls for effective and sustainable management of water for agriculture within an objective of satisfying further demand for food. The ever-expanding needs of industry has also made a great demand on our limited water supply. Therefore, farmers will be exposed to water-saving technology training and soil fertility, workshop with emphasis on saving water during irrigation and to encourage them to look after the soil for future generations through adopting correct irrigation methods and techniques on how to work the soil using practice that will result in sustainability of soil preservation. To this end, we commend and applaud the department by ensuring that through the implementation of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program and the Ilema Lichema program, small and emerging farmers are given a kickstart in their farming enterprise and are able to leverage more funding from other financial institutions. Deputy Chair of Chair, according to the annual performance report of the Agricultural, Rural Development and Environment, the department will continue with implementation of the agro-logistic chain program aimed at assisting farmers in meeting the market access requirements while concurrently pursuing the development of agri-park and agro-processing infrastructure projects. The department coordinates the implementation of the Comprehensive Rural Development Program in the targeted rural areas in the Western, Sidibeng, and Tshwane, as well as in the rural nodes of Devon, Ekport, Bantu Bonke, and Sokulumi as the initiative of the ANC-led government to advance agricultural transformation. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, the Gauteng Environmental Sustainability Framework has been approved for implementation and it articulates the environmental legislation, cooperative governance mechanism, regularity tools, and are used to the province. To the extent of work undertaken, including the strategies outlook of the intervention program that will achieve environmental sustainability in the province. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that the quality of the environment in Gauteng is deteriorating and that the impact of the climate change are already felt by many sectors of the economy. To this effect, Deputy Chair of Chair, we will continue to implement environmental cleanup and conservation programs across the city region as the agent respond from Green Army strategies outlook and apply strategies intervention for climate change, while also enhancing our enforcement and compliance effort to ensure that those who contravene environmental laws are brought to book. Deputy Chair of Chair, the initiative for agricultural producer support and development programs is very profound and paramount to expand access for agri-food value chain opportunity, promote agricultural development within land, and agri-reform initiative in the development within the land, and agri-reform initiative in the province, and maximum food security through the provision of sustainable agricultural development support to sustain smallholder and commercial farmers, provision of agricultural infrastructure support, coordination rendering of extension and advisory services, training and capacity building of farmers to advance economic empowerment. The ANC-led government reaffirmed its commitment to work with all subsistence and emerging farmers to transform commercial and agricultural sector for sustainable livelihood on food security to provide the families. Deputy Chair of Chair, one of the Lekota resolution of the ANC in Gauteng to further make a clarion call to enhance access for agriculture education and training to encourage communities and academics to take agriculture as a matter of life and death to improve social and economic food security within our province for the benefit of the poor and the working class. Deputy Chair of Chair, ANC-led government believe in integrity, accountability, ethical and morality of leading transformation agenda under the dedicated agriculture and rural development environmental department as a cornerstone to change life of the vulnerable people, which was demonstrated on many occasions for the clean governance to pursue the sixth administration mandate given by the people of Gauteng effectively. As the ANC Deputy Chair of Chair, we do have confidence in our provincial government to lead Gauteng communities for the better life of our poor and the working class. I therefore compliment the effort made by the agriculture, environment and rural development to deepen economic growth and make significant impact to address triple challenge that faces our province. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair, to address this important house. Ke re pula ha e ne ya fole heat wave.
Thank you very much. Now let me call the MEC, Mehlope, to respond to the debate. MEC.
Thank you, Chair. We note the comments that have been made in terms of the historic budget and the expenditure and some of the concerns that have been raised by members. But Chair, I would like to just remind the House that it was this very administration that took the decision to combine GDAD together with social development as part of the measures to ensure that we're able to massify on the work of this department in terms of agriculture, rural development, and environmental sustainability. And we can, Chair, proudly indicate that we are seeing the results of this measure and how it is now rippling to changing some of the issues that have been mentioned in terms of the budget and the expenditures and so forth. Chair, the House will equally remember that this very administration launched what we call the Gauteng 6,000 Cleaning and Greening Army. And it is this very army that is mandated with the work of ensuring that we clean our environment, we green our environment through the provision of the trees as part of our 1 million trees campaign. But in addition to that, that we are able to entrench and heighten on the work we are doing as it pertains to agriculture. It is in this regard, Chair, that which has been identified as issues and problems that members are speaking about as it pertains to agriculture, we can indicate that this Green Army has truly assisted the department to massify on the work that is doing on the agricultural front, to the extent that working together with the Department of Social Development, when we talk about food security, agriculture is central to that very work. And as we speak, our Green Army has been able to put in place agricultural projects within various social infrastructure, which is our schools, our clinics, our community land parcels, and has additionally put in place in the few months that they've been there 9,223 backyard food gardens within our teach communities. So when we speak about driving agriculture and making it central to ensuring that we rid ourselves of the current stats on food security or food insecurity, this army has really done a substantial amount of work. And indeed, there's much more to do. Because what the stats have shown is that 52% of our population, which is sitting at over 15 million, so 52% of that is currently food insecure. That is why we are driving and really making sure that we are focused on the work of heightening agricultural projects within the province, because we understand that when we don't deal with food insecurity, it has a ripple effect to crime and all the various other social ills that we see. So I can allay the fears of the members that indeed the work is being done and it is there for everybody to see. Maybe further to indicate that whilst we also appreciate as a province that we don't have large land parcels in comparison to other provinces, and this may be something that can be viewed by many as a great challenge, we view it as an opportunity for this province to heighten on agri-tech. And this is technology in agriculture, which has truly been a game changer. And we foresee that our province, because of the limitations that it has, within agri-tech, we can be able to be in the forefront of this change in the country, particularly now in this era of global climate change. And this is the work that we're doing. And in this regard, we are thankful that the National Department is working together with us and is funding some of the vertical agriculture projects we are beginning with. And these, Chairperson, is where we take our dilapidated buildings, which we know that there are many within the province. We have started with identifying some of the dilapidated buildings, which we are turning into vertical farms. So when we talk about being futuristic, being looking into the future and identifying our location as an economic hub, identifying the challenges that may be there in terms of the concentration of land, but also appreciating that climate change is most pronounced in our province. We really are leading in terms of this agri-tech and the direction we ought to go. And with the National Department supporting our department, ensuring that we are able to transform some of these dilapidated buildings into agricultural vertical farms, we are very happy that this will be a huge game changer. As it pertains to the work we have done in the year under review, we have supported 150 agri-businesses, and 10 of the agri-processes have been commercialized. This is a big step in terms of those that we have been working with and seeing them move from truly being small farmers engaged in agri-processing and moving them towards the next level. This is the work that we're going to be heightening on, as I indicated earlier, with this vertical farming and agri-tech opportunities we're seeing. Gauteng will truly be the mecca of agro-processing. We've further assisted 13,598 subsistence farmers, and this is far above our target in the APP of 12,000. So we have reached those targets, and this is in line with the work that our Green Army is doing that I spoke to earlier. Chair, I had hoped or thought that perhaps as members, particularly of the opposition, were speaking about the issues that we're facing, that they would speak to the issues around energy, but also this influenza that has hit our poultry farmers. Maybe just to provide some information is to indicate that as it pertains to the energy crisis that we know the country has and the work that the Premier is spearheading, our department has also, in assisting that work, ensuring that we are able to assist farmers with diesel. Now, diesel is a huge cost, particularly for farmers who are reliant on energy. So our department, working together with the National Department, have been able to assist in that regard. And also because we know that our poultry farmers and the province have been hit terribly by this avian influenza. Working together with our National Department again, we have ensured that on a case-by-case basis, those that are affected, particularly our commercial farmers, we assist them with the vaccinations that will be required, but also our own veterinary teams are ensuring that there's compliance in terms of biosecurity within these various farms. Chair, I would like to just, having responded to some of the key aspects that were raised, is to thank the members for the comments that have been made, also the criticisms that have been made, because we certainly do learn from that, but to indicate that this department historically has not been able to utilize all its funding and has been underspending. However, with the introduction of the 6,000 Green Army, as we had indicated, members can be able to visibly see that we are able to achieve far more than what we had anticipated within our APP targets in terms of food security, environmental sustainability, and ensuring that there's the general upkeep of our environment, which is part and parcel of the work we're doing. We also are hearing our members indicate that when they take over, they will ensure that there's greater sustainability and functionality of the department. We think it's an interesting comment that they are making, but our lived reality currently is that our Green Army is doing a lot of work in terms of collecting the waste, working within communities. However, we are failed by some of our municipalities who are not doing that which is their legislative mandate of collecting the waste. And this problem is most pronounced within Tshwane, where we're seeing great challenges in that area. So we really are wondering where these members believe they can do far better when they're struggling within the region of Tshwane. How are you going to possibly deal with the province? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Annual Report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2022-2023 financial year. Thank you.
Let me call upon Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to yourself, the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, fellow Honorable members, all the officials present and who are logged on various social media platforms, and the people of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, thank you for the opportunity to, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development, present the annual oversight report on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2022-23 financial year. The department adjusted its main appropriation budget to 1.125 billion in the financial year and utilized 89.8% of its 2022-23 budget of 1 billion and 11 million of a total budget of 1.125 billion and spent 60.339% of its conditional grant in the financial year under review. The administration program utilized 97.8% of its budget, which falls within the accepted range of plus minus 3% of budget use. Both the agriculture and rural development as well as the environmental affairs programs underspent and utilized 81% and 93.7% of their budgets respectively, which meant that money in excess of 100 million was not utilized. The department continued with its program to keep the province clean and provided support to waste enterprises, the buyback centers, and cooperatives with recycling equipment. The department has furthermore equipped the various agri-parks they manage with solar panels. Sorry about that. With solar panels, batteries, as well as generators in order to mitigate the impact of load shedding and ensure security of power to continue with various farming operations, and were able to support 13 farmers towards commercialization level. The committee continues to note with concern that the department still battles with getting suitable contractors for infrastructure projects that need to be put up as a result, and as a result continues to return sums of money to unutilized equitable shares and grant budget funds to Treasury, and thus deprive residents of the province with the much needed service delivery. The committee further noted that the department's audit outcome has remained unchanged in the current year by sustaining an unqualified audit report with findings. Furthermore, there were review, comments or recommendations from the Office of the Premier and the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation that were not incorporated in the plan. The matters identified will have an impact on the department achieving on its mandate if some of the indicators are not included and prioritized. The committee will continue to follow up with the department to ensure timely and effective implementation of the audit action plans by requesting regular feedback on specific matters, progress made on the support and spending of the budget on the main program of supporting agricultural producers. The committee also commends the department for having aggregated 688.5 tons of agricultural produce from the various agri-parks across the province against a target of 350 tons for the year under review. The department was further commended for creating 4,262 job opportunities against a target of 1,900. Given the economic climate prevalent with unemployment figures reported to have reached 32.9% in the first quarter of 2023, according to Stats SA 2023. The committee continued to note with concern that the Infrastructure Development Management System, the IDMS, and its associated supply chain management processes still posed challenges to the department and has led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects. The Development Bank of South Africa, the DBSA, also reported delays due to tenders being non-responsive, and thus some of the projects could not be finalized at a financial year end. The delay in the infrastructure projects through the DBSA has led to the delay in the realization of expenditure to the allocated budget. On findings, recommendations, and implications on lawmaking, the committee concerns are as follows. The committee is concerned about the inability of the department to implement recommendations by the Auditor General on irregular expenditure, and the department's continuous failure to align its budget with its planned targets as under-expenditure is observed in the Agriculture and Rural Development Program. The department continues to underachieve its target for business owned by the youth and people with disabilities. The IDMS system and its associated supply chain management processes still pose a challenge and has led to delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects and the non-responsiveness of tenders, which affects service delivery, and the lack of spending on the conditional grants on the agricultural industry. On committee recommendations, the reports or the responses should be submitted to the committee by the 26th of February 2024. And the committee recommends as follows: that the department should provide the committee with a report on the corrective measures in place to avoid further audit findings. The department is further requested to report its progress to the committee quarterly on issues raised by the Auditor General. The department should provide monitoring and evaluation quarterly reports on the progress of how planned targets are achieved and the budget is spent on planned projects. The department to also provide a quarterly turnaround strategy on how procurement targets for women, youth, and people with disabilities will be achieved in the next quarters. And also provide a progress report on the backlog faced with the establishment of infrastructure projects brought about by the IDMS system and its associated SCM processes. The department must also provide the committee with a detailed report on how the allocated funds on the conditional grants will be utilized to support the agricultural sector. On additional recommendations, provide the committee with a comprehensive report that includes a list of identified land for agricultural production, land to be rehabilitated, and the criteria to be used to assist smallholder farmers to gain access to land. And also provide the committee with evidence of lease agreements drawn up between the farmers and the municipalities where applicable. And on acknowledgements, I would like to acknowledge the following. The Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Social Development and Agriculture and Rural Development, Ms. Mbalishope, the Head of Department, Ms. Gasela, and her team of officials. And I further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development, members Papa Kanyane, member Tulani Ndlovu, member Fasia Hassan, member Alfina Ndlovana, Ms. Miller, member Engelbrecht, member Khadebe, member Mukwebo, and further appreciation goes to the alternate members of the committee who is member Dos Santos. It is an honor to really lead such a hard-working team. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the support staff, the committee group coordinator, Mr. Budibe, committee researcher, Mr. Mabuza, committee coordinator, Ms. Mampe, administrative assistants, Mgadi, Hansard recorder, Ms. Mremi, senior information officer, Jenny Kivitz, communications officer, Mr. Sibia, service officer, Ms. Mhlapo, and the public participation officer, Mr. Dlomo, for their dedication and commitment. And on adoption, after due consideration, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Annual Performance Report for the 24-23 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the Committee Oversight Report of the Department of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development's annual report for the 2022-23 for adoption. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report. Mendlovana.
I rise to second.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chair. I rise to second.
Okay, seconded. And now pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Public Accounts Standing Committee Oversight Report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statement of the following reports. Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Office of the Premier, Department of Social Development, Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the year ended 31st March 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon the chairperson of SCOPA, Member Kanyile.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees. I, Sochaile Kanyile, the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, table the Committee's oversight report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the following departments for the year ended 31 March 2023. The Office of the Premier, Gauteng Department of Social Development, Gauteng Department of Education, Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. Deputy Chair of Committees, on Thursday, 19 October 20, and before I do that, I want to ask that, because I'm summarizing, there are some other areas I won't be able to read, but it be taken as read. On Thursday, 19 October 2023, the committee was briefed by the Auditor General of South Africa on the audit outcomes of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the departments and entities of the Gauteng Provincial Government. On the same day, SCOPA also received the following reports from the stakeholders of the Committee on Oversight. The report of the Office of the Premier on the Gauteng Forensic Unit, report on progress made on special focus cases and investigations referred by departments, the report of the MEC for Finance and the assessment of consolidated annual financial statements and consolidated audit outcomes, the report by the Office of the Public Service Commissioner in Gauteng on Gauteng Provincial Government's Department's public administration practices, and the report by the Gauteng Office of the Public Protector on investigation related to Gauteng for the period 2022-23 and outstanding for prior years. Deputy Chair of Committees, this August House should be knowing by now that the audit of the Auditor General of South Africa focuses on 4 areas. The first area is the audit of the quality of the financial statements, where these have been found to have been produced as per the required principles and there are no material matters to be raised. The relevant department and entity may receive the clean audit. This is in the case where, in addition, there were no material findings on the other areas of focus of the audit. The second area of focus by the General of South Africa is the audit of performance information, which in some cases is referred to as predetermined objectives. The third area of focus of the audit is on compliance of the auditees to the relevant legislation. With adoption of the amended Audit Act in 2018, the Auditor General of South Africa focuses on the material irregularities as the fourth area. In the next 2 days of tabling SCOPA reports, I will focus on the latter 3 areas I have mentioned. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the Office of the Premier are 2 of the 4 bodies which are obliged to achieve unqualified audits with no findings, also referred to as clean audit. Gauteng Provincial Legislature has a responsibility of oversight on the whole of Gauteng Provincial Government. For it to exercise that mandate effectively, it must lead by example. In 2018-2019 financial year, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature had received an unqualified with findings audit outcomes. In its explanation to SCOPA, it was evident that the matter was not of its making. Besides that year, Gauteng Provincial Legislature has maintained the clean audit over years and in the year under review. Both Office of the Premier as the custodian of ethical governance in the whole of government and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, which is responsible for oversight on the implementation of and compliance with the public financial management. I'm sorry about that, Chair, let me repeat. Both the Office of the Premier as the custodian of ethical governance in the whole of government and the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, which is responsible for oversight on the implementation of and compliance with the Public Financial Management Act, are also duty-bound to achieve clean audits. This is the position they have achieved throughout this term of the 6th administration. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, with its mandate of support to municipalities, also has a responsibility to achieve and maintain a clean audit for it to have a legitimacy in directing these institutions towards effective financial management, governance and accountability. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, the good story to tell is that of the Gauteng Department of Education. Over a period of this 6th democratic government, this department has been striving to move from the unqualified audit with findings outcomes to clean audit. This it has finally achieved in the financial year under review. A step which needs not just be congratulated but be seen also as an inspiration to other big budget departments that it can be done. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, as is the case with the Gauteng Department of Education, we will report in the next 2 days about the improvements in the audit outcomes of G-Fleet Management, Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, and Human Settlements. All these have moved from the qualified with findings audit outcomes to unqualified with findings status. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, I've skipped one, Chair, sorry. Because of the clean audit that most of the departments have received, SCOPA has, amongst others, made a resolution, made a recommendation that they must be able to submit plans that are going to ensure that they sustain the clean audit outcomes. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts unanimously adopted its reports on the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statements of the following for the year ended 31 March 2023. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Office of the Premier, Gauteng Department of Social Development, Gauteng Department of Education, Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. In terms of Rule 1172C read together with 164, the committee present to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report.
I rise to second, Chair.
Thank you. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Petition Standing Committee Second Quarterly Performance Report for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
I now call upon the Chairperson of the Petition Standing Committee, Honorable Letswalo. Honorable Letswalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me appreciate the time and space given. But I think at the outset, I must just excoriate my concern as the chairperson of the committee, in that there seems to be a recurring trend where the reports of the petitions committee are always the last received. And I think this is something that needs to be reviewed because it can be suggestive of its hierarchy in the broader framing of the committees of the legislature. But be that as it may, Chair, let me appreciate once more the time. I would not obviously read through the entirety of the report, so I would appreciate if I can be pardoned on that front. It is an incontestable truism that the Petition Standing Committee acts as a service delivery barometer, even before the release of the 2022 census, with its population growth figures showing that the population of Gauteng had grown by close to 3 million. The committee had steadily reported to this House that Gauteng finds itself in a quagmire. This quagmire being the supply of social housing not meeting the burgeoning demand. Although according to the 2022 census, there has been a notable drop in the number of people living in informal housing in Gauteng. Honorable members, during this quarter alone, 32 petitions that were adopted were all in the main related to citizens asking for interventions with the RDP housing applications. Most of these were people alleging to have applied for housing between 2016 and 2021. So you can see the issue around the housing remains a major problem. But it would be negligent of us in not trying to understand this quagmire at face value without due constitutional context. Our constitution provides an important caveat. Section 36 of the Bill of Rights deals with the housing, 26. 26 subsection 1 reads, everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. But attention needs to be drawn to section 36 subsection 2, which reads, the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available, and I want to highlight those words, available resources to achieve the progressive realization of this right. Key emphasis being available resource and progressive realization. The committee working as a barometer has done its job by highlighting these key issues. The onus now falls on the executive to craft the road shows to educate the residents of Gauteng on the progressive realization element and to offer remedial action to the deficiencies that the committee identifies through the petitioning process. So essentially what was in there is that we really need to make our people that it would not be all the time that specific services or interventions would come about because there might be a limitation of resources. Chair, allow me to speak to the overarching points of the reports on petitions that will have been adopted. During the reporting period, as I will have stated, 38 new petitions were adopted and the majority were housing related. The said petitions were referred to the relevant authorities for investigation and reporting, and you will see there's a table there that sort of tabulates the nature of the petitions and where they are born from. Of course, by extension, they are also inadmissible petitions. As I hurry to deal with the bulk referral, the bulk referral reports, and you will remember we undertook as part of our petitions backlog clearance strategy, a referral of a number of petitions to relevant departments. Since the initiation of the balkanization process, which was in July of 2022, 274 reports have been received, of which 135 of those are proposed for closure. So we're making steady progress towards that end. 72 of that category, which is proposed for closure, will also be cross-referred to relevant portfolio committees because we cannot do overall oversight and run around all the departments when we've got our sister committees in place. And 65 of those will remain open as the committee is not satisfied with the responses received. So the quality of some of the reports coming back on petitions referred, it's a bit unsatisfactory for us to even communicate with the petitioners. The committee will continue to evaluate the reports and develop a strategy as and when all reports are received. So we're really hoping that the departments would live through to their commitment to furnish us with the reports. On committee activities, the standard committee meetings will have been held to receive petitions, deliberate over them, including formulations around some of the resolutions that we're making in this report. Public engagement, the committee held 2 hearings under the court. A hearing was held at the legislature on the 17th of August this year. The hearing was a follow-up to assess the progress made on the resolutions taken at a previous hearing held on the 20th of June. The second hearing was held on the 1st of September in Tembisa. The hearing focused primarily on petitions from the region of Ekurhuleni. Authorities invited Wesito of Ekurhuleni, the Department of Human Settlements, DIG, as well as Health, including the Department of Community Safety. I know the MEC of Community Safety will have made an effort to join us. We are forever grateful. Mazibuko. The committee's work was also profiled through a radio interview on the 12th of September. We were on a vow, which is a voice of facts, on a segment called The Law Focus, where we had a conversation with an attorney as well as law students on the significance of the petitions process. The conversation about part of our educational pursuits to teach, to capacitate our residents to have an appreciation of the functionality and importance of the petitions process. Quickly on analysis, I'll read quickly through that, is that 29 of adopted petitions were requesting interventions on their individual RDP housing applications. 3, which accounts for 7.8%, were bemoaning the lack of prioritization in the RDP housing allocation process. 19 of the individual RDP application petitions were from female petitioners and 10 were from male petitioners. So you will see that the scourge around housing demands actually falls much more on the side of women in our province. Of the 38 adopted petitions, 26 of them were from female petitioners and 12 were from male petitioners. Not a single, and I want to vehemently vociferate on this one, not a single department reported accurately in the petitions management section of their second quarter reports, therefore misrepresenting themselves to the portfolio committee and the House. A number of departments that had been doing work were seeing a regression. So we may need to go back to how we used to do things. You will see there in the report, there's a table that sort of outlines the graphical allocation of petitions and their origination. So I would not get into that. Evaluation of the responsiveness. The table that is in the report under that section sort of gives a pictorial overview of the number of petitions referred to departments and how each of the departments will have processed them. Like we said, the biggest challenge is the failure in the departments in populating the petitions management section, which is quite worrisome. So the committee essentially is at its wit's end and disappointed at the nonchalant attitude that departments approach the petitions management section. This is a very crucial instrument. I mean, if it's distorted, it means our reporting can also be undermined. So we really need to make an effort. And I think what is exposing in the main is that we don't have proper systems in each of the departments to deal with a petition. So the management of petitions, it's a bit compromised. And I really think we need to standardize that, including improving towards that effort. On concerns and observations, the committee is gravely concerned, as we have said, on the regression when it comes to the completion of the petitions management section, which is really templated. So it's not as if you are required to be inventive on your own. There's a template that just needs to be populated. Of course, the committee had previously asked for intervention from the leader of a government business we still await that report so that we see how best to also give support where necessary. And so the committee implores furthermore the leader of government business to offer a sustained solution. A report is required that will outline how the leader of government business will devise administrative processes that will ensure that all departments, without exception, complete the petitions management section accurately and factually. We would have indicated that we needed this report by the 7th of December. We will still have to check whether we have received the report as yet. In conclusion, the committee continues to mainstream fairness and consideration into its work to ensure that the petitions process is made accessible to the widest range of people, and will continue with its commitment to strengthen transparency and accountability through the most effective tool available for resolving service delivery issues. The committee, acting as a service delivery barometer, has carried out its task to highlight where interventions by the executive are needed. The committee now hands over the baton to the executive to devise ways
Chairperson,
by focusing public participation agenda.
Honorable Letsoalo,
On acknowledgement, I would like to thank all the members, political as well as administrative, on adoption in accordance with Rule 164. The Petition Standing Committee hereby presents the report for the House for adoption. Thank you very much, Chair, and my apologies.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder to that move for the adoption? Honorable Sneeman.
Yes, Chair, I move for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
You second? Okay, thank you very much. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, read the last order.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature Focused Intervention Study. Report increased economic participation of people with disabilities.
Let me call upon the acting chair, Honorable Kanyile.
Chair, thank you very much. I table this report on behalf of the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Dlamini, and I request that the parts that I won't read be taken as read. It's a long report. I'll try and summarize it. The preferential procurement spending target for the people with disability has been a challenge for the Office of the Premier to achieve in the past financial year. In the previous financial year, the Office of the Premier maintained that the reason for not meeting the targeted percentage on preferential procurement spending on people with disabilities was due to limited number of companies owned by the people with disabilities being registered on the central supplier database. These are mostly small and medium enterprises which provide lower value service and commodities. In certain instances, they lack access to capital to finance orders issued to them. While the committee knows that the people with disabilities may not be choosing to procure lower value commodities, that may not be of relevance to the Office of the Premier. They may need guidance to procure relevant goods and be empowered to compete fairly in the opportunities available within the procurement space. To get to the root of this challenge, the committee conducted a survey but could not yield positive outcomes due to limited response received. The committee saw it fit to further conduct a roundtable discussion with the people with disabilities and entrepreneurs to assess government's minimal inclusion of this group in the mainstream economy through its preferential procurement processes. Through the roundtable discussions, the challenges raised, including amongst others, the high cost required to participate in the tender processes, which sparked the need for government to relax laws and procedures to ensure the involvement of this designated group. The committee was inspired by the eagerness of the people with disabilities community to grow their own businesses and contribute to the mainstream economy, and not only rely on handouts, but the slow movement of government in ensuring their inclusion demoralizes their aspiration. The committee roundtable has proved that there were people with disabilities in communities who possesses skills and capacities but only require support and guidance to grow and sustain their businesses. During the roundtable discussion, emphasis was placed on challenges that include, amongst others, access to information, skills sharing, and skills transfers. An indication was made that government should serve as a catalyst in uplifting and transforming the marginalized communities instead of taking full and endless responsibility. Capacitation and skills development of communities, including the people with disabilities, is crucial for empowerment and self-sufficiency to ensure business sustainability, to ensure expansion of their business to the private sector, and to thrive when government is not able to assist. The people with disabilities entrepreneurs express their desire to grow their businesses to the level of self-sufficiency and non-reliance on government social grants, which can be realized through startup support program from government. Therefore, there is a need for government partnership with people with disability to empower and ensure capacitation. The highlights of the committee's roundtable discussion included the need for government to establish regional offices to reach people with disabilities at the grassroots level instead of expecting them to travel to centralized provincial offices to be assisted. It was further noted that the establishment of people with disabilities help desks should be prioritized in government departments to ensure that this designated group receive the required assistance. Therefore, government must play a role in helping people with disabilities to access information through the establishment of a people with disabilities help desk at provincial and local spheres of government. This initiative could assist government in achieving the targeted 7% preferential procurement target spending on people with disabilities and even set the target higher going forward. There is a need to create a people with disabilities supplier database internet application that enables easy access for information completion and submission of procurement tender for this designated group. Furthermore, the creation of disability platform is crucial for people with disabilities to empower one another and provide advice to ensure information and development. Creation of a fund for people with disabilities to finance businesses and other crucial necessities such as ramps and enhance their working environment should be taken into consideration. One participant highlighted the slow pace in the processing of services provided. One participant highlighted the slow pace in the processing of service providers' invoices at local government level, and this could be resolved through the oversight monitoring function of GP and provincial legislature committees in ensuring that local government compliance in the employment of invoices within the stipulated timeframes. Furthermore, government must establish sound and secure online system to verify requests for quotations, forms, and other relevant tender or procurement documents to protect service providers from failing victims of scammers and robbers. Corruption should be monitored and uprooted to ensure that people with disabilities are not forced to pay bribes before receiving assistance from government officials. Concerns. The committee is concerned about government's lack of effort to fully understand disability matters and how to empower and capacitate people with disabilities. Costly and time-consuming people with disability entrepreneurs registration to several suppliers database that other government departments such as transport and labor possess and use separately from the central supplier database. Many imposters or scammers on the internet are sending out requests for quotations on behalf of the government departments without the verification systems. This leads to people with disabilities and entrepreneurs falling victims of scams. Lack of government efforts to regulate and enforce people with disabilities economic empowerment initiatives identical to Black economic empowerment regulations. Lack of support to people with disabilities in minimizing travel distance and cost implications to attend training workshops, submission of tender documents, and to access information about government services. The availability of disabilities desks in municipalities and provincial government departments to assist people with disabilities to access relevant information relating to processes and procedures to business funding, procurement, and tender documents. Issues relating to the red tape and corrupt practices of soliciting bribes from people with disabilities, which blocks the speedy registration of companies, submission of tender and procurement documents. government's treatment of people with disability in the same manner as able-bodied persons. Committee recommendations. Based on the information set out herein above, as well as the committee concerns, the committee therefore recommends that the Premier of Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Premier of Gauteng Province should respond to the following by Wednesday, 31 January 2024. The Premier should provide measures put in place to ensure full understanding of disability matters, including corrective measures in place to address and implement capacitation and empowerment issues for this designated group. The Premier must provide mechanisms in place to regulate the utilization of central supplier database by all spheres of government departments. Corrective measures to phase out other supplier database by some of the government departments should be provided. The Premier must provide remedial action in place to address internet imposters or scammers sending out fake requests for quotations on behalf of government departments and putting verification systems to ensure that people with disabilities do not fall victims of such scam. The Premier must provide strategies in place to ensure government regulation to enforce people. The Premier must provide strategies in place to ensure government regulation and enforcement of people with disabilities economic empowerment initiatives identical to Black economic empowerment regulations to support the business ventures of this designated group. The Premier must provide mechanisms put in place to decentralize government training centers for people with disabilities and for easy access of information by ensuring the establishment of district and regional centers to minimize travel costs. The Premier must provide measures to put in place for the establishment of disability desks in municipalities and provincial government departments to assist people with disabilities to access relevant information for business funding, procurement, and tender documents. The Premier must provide mechanisms put in place to unblock issues related to the red tape and corrupt practices of soliciting bribes from people with disabilities, hampering the speedy registration of company submission of tender and procurement documents. The Premier must provide measures put in place to solely develop strategies to ensure the inclusion and participation of people with disabilities in the tender and procurement of the Office of the Premier and the Gauteng Provincial Government, instead of government expectation that they operate similar to able-bodied persons. The report should include government's initiative of developing a people with disability supply database internet application for registration and sourcing their service instead of categorizing them in the same pool as able-bodied persons. In acknowledgement, the committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier, Honorable Lesufi, the Director General, Mr. Musue, and the team of senior officials. Chairperson Dlamini also would like to thank the following members of the committee: Honorable Dlamini himself, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Basan, Honorable Masuku, Honorable Dwaba, Honorable Msimang, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Fuchs, Honorable Makwala, Honorable Alberts, Honorable Adams, and Honorable Masilela. Furthermore, the committee would like to thank the following committees. They would like to thank the support staff for their dedication and support. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of GPL, the committee hereby presents the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call a seconder.
I rest second.
Thank you very much. I now pose a question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. And we have now come to the end of the business today. And the next meeting, the next sitting is tomorrow. That is the 5th of December. So on that note, the House is adjourned. We can really stand up. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.